Hey, hey, how's
Hey,
everything?
what it do?
How's everything going?
Pretty good, man. We're live. How's it going with you, man?
Not too bad.
All right.
Uh, not. I guess I won't say not too bad. Not worse than normal. I'll put it like that. I don't want to
Yeah,
oversell it. So,
yeah, crazy
no
times.
worse than normal.
No worse than normal. I like that. I mean, new mantra for me. Yeah, everybody, welcome back to Uncomfy Truths, episode 25. Got a little bit of a late start. That it's a black show. We starting that late, so it is what it is. We do what we try and do here. But yeah, I am your co-host, Conservative Brother Daily at Conservative Brother Daily on, I believe I'm on Rumble, YouTube. Just got on Odyssey. I don't really have much on there yet. I'm also on Brighton as well, True Social. Then I'm also joined by my esteemed co-host, Conspiracy Brother.
Hey, hey,
We're
hey.
back here at episode 25, man. So kind of
A
getting
quarter of
milestone
the way.
man. Made episode 25. What do you think, man?
Yeah, quarter of a way to 100. So, I mean, that's definitely a big deal.
Yeah, there you go. We halfway to 50, and then we're a quarter of the way to a buck. So yeah, man, just wanted to reflect before we kind of get in. I know we want to dive right into these topics, but yeah, because we started this, I think it was what summer, it was around summer 2022. It was right before right after we had the Roe versus Wade overturned. So it's been a minute now. It's been coming up on 2 years actually. You know?
Yeah, time does fly. I mean, it does. It flies.
Yep. So definitely, I know we took a little bit of a hiatus, but at the same time, like, 24 episodes, one, if you did once a month. So, I think we're caught up as far as episode count. But yeah, let's just dive right in, man. We got some spicy topics. I want to start out with the recent Title IX regulations or amendments from our friend Joe Biden. So, conspiracy brother, I could share my screen real quick. You could put me
Okay.
on real quick, and we'll dive right into this. I'll read this first one, then we can kind of get some reactions, and I have a few other articles related to that subject we can kind of dive in on as well. But yeah, I'm ready to screen share where you are.
There you go.
All right, awesome. Don't forget, y'all, to hit that with all the YouTubers say. Hit that like button, smash that like button. Comment, share, subscribe, get the word out on what we're talking about. These are very nuanced. I'd say, not to borrow from my man 19 Keys, like more little high level conversations. So this isn't for everybody, but at the same time, if you are one that likes nuance, context, conversations that don't shy away from subjects, that's what we're here for. And also bringing it from a black perspective, but at the same time, like above all, from a truth perspective, we're pursuing truth, not narrative, what makes us feel good, what scores us points, but truth. So this comes from the Hill. Relatively, they're kind of center of left publication, so they're kind of hit or miss sometimes. But finalized Biden Title IX regulations add protections for transgender students. This comes from Brooke Migden and Lexi Lonis over at the Hill. The Biden administration on Friday unveiled a final set of sweeping changes to Title IX, the federal civil rights law prohibiting sex-based discrimination at government-funded schools. After more than a year of delays and mounting pressure from advocacy groups, the final changes, which reinstitute protections for student survivors of sexual assault and harassment, rolled back during the Trump administration, will take effect August 1st. These final regulations build on the legacy of Title IX by clarifying that all of our nation's students can access schools that are safe, welcoming, and respect their rights. Love how they just kind of spin the BS of what really happened to him his rights with this. It says Education Secretary Miguel Cardona said Friday in a statement. The administration's final update to the landmark civil rights law, which also bolsters protections for LGBTQ students, was originally expected last May but was delayed several times, frustrating advocates wooed by President Biden's promise to a quick end. to Title IX regulations instituted by Trump-era Education Secretary Betsy DeVos. The Education Department has attributed the delay to an unprecedented number of public comments on the proposal, which the department is required by law to consider before issuing a final rule. More than 240,000 comments were submitted during a 30-day period, nearly twice the amount the department received during last Title IX revamp in 2020. The administration's new regulations aim to equip schools with clear-cut instructions to promptly, effectively respond to all discrimination not limited to sexual harassment, and said Catherine Lamont, the Education Department's Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights. The final rule expands the definition of sex discrimination to include. Oh, use our tea bags and enjoy 2 cups of milk and green tea every day with the goodness of flavonoids, natural bioactive. You hear that, conspiracy brother? Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's that ad.
Okay. All right. The new Title IX regulations are basically applying the reasoning of a 2020 Supreme Court decision that found existing civil rights laws protect employees from discrimination based on transgender status. So, key word there, we talked a lot about the changing definitions of the times we're living in. Everything changing from the definition of a woman, definition of vaccines, definition of recession, definition of anti-Semitism. Now all of a sudden there's a change of definition from sex to gender to transgender status. So just keeping that in mind. A nice 1984 thing we got going is this change of definitions. The new Title IX regulations could. God damn it. Okay. Yeah. These ads are getting thirsty though, man. They just want to bust through on you. The final rule expands the definition of sex discrimination to include sexual orientation and gender identity. Oh, I read that part already. All right, can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I had to mute. I was able to mute the tab. I can mute the tab. All right. The new Title IX regulations could, under certain circumstances, prevent individuals from adhering to some of the Republican-backed laws. The LGBTQ advocates have said create a hostile environment for transgender students, such as measures that bar individuals from using facilities that can match their gender identity, or prevent schools from requiring staff and students to use a transgender person's name and pronoun. So notice how a lot of this framing, not to go off too much, is always framed around just they're the victims and we got to protect them. They're the new protected class. There seems to be, even in this article, there's no awareness of just even who these rights are taken away from. The final changes are sure to draw swift criticism from Republicans who have slammed the proposal's transgender student protections as an attack on protections for cisgender women and girls. So even them using cisgender, I think the Hill's a little more left than I suspected. That says a lot right there. How, of course, they're saying criticism coming from Republicans on protecting for women and girls, and for some reason there's some sort that's Republican like backlash. Administration has yet to finalize a separate rule governing athletics eligibility. The proposal unveiled by the Education Department last April would prohibit from adopting policies that categorically exclude transgender student athletes, though high school and colleges would still be able to limit how and when trans students are able to compete in ordinance with their gender identity. 24 states since 2021 have passed laws that bar transgender students from competing on sports teams that match their gender identity. According to the Movement Advancement Project, a nonprofit group that tracks LGBTQ laws, court orders are blocking the enforcement of laws passed in Arizona, Idaho, West Virginia, and Utah. All right. It's a little more. All right. The Biden administration's Title IX revamp strikes most of the changes made under former President Trump, including a narrow definition of sexual harassment and the requirement that schools conduct live hearings with cross-examination for investigation of sexual misconduct. The new regulations also establish a lower burden of proof for survivors and students alleging sex discrimination, replacing the former's administration clear and convincing evidence standard with the preponderance of the evidence standard of proof. The Biden administration's final update, however, maintained several major provisions from the previous regulations. The Education Department said to ensure consistency while schools update required procedures to more effectively address sex discrimination. Protections have also been strengthened for pregnant employees or students, such as providing clean and private lactation spaces for students and employees and other reasonable modifications. Such little bubbly language, the double speak they're hiding behind. But yeah, conspiracy brother, I got a lot to say on this, but I want to go ahead and get your thoughts. We got a few other articles on this topic, but we don't have to read all of them. But yeah, I'd like to get your initial thoughts on these new Title IX amendments and what this means for a lot of women. You know,
what you find, like I've said this before. Have you ever met somebody who is so out there with their views and opinions?
Mm-hmm.
When I say out there, I don't even necessarily mean like extreme, but I mean inconsistent, that they end up arguing against their own points. And so this is kind of one of those situations. So like the whole reason Title IX exists was to give women equal opportunities to participate in sports and some other stuff, which is why women's sports even exist at any major level, because they don't generate any profit. So there's no real desire to see them. And so now what has happened is you've taken and added all these, and this is what happened to the Civil Rights Act of 1964. There's a lady, she was a congressperson from here, actually, but she was originally from Missouri. And she talks about how she went out of her way to make sure that when they designed the Civil Rights Act in 64, that she inserted women into it because she didn't want black people to surpass white women. So she put women in it. And so this is one of those situations, again, where you're watering down a law in order to essentially not help anybody, right? Now you've worked against your own argument, because if there is no difference between men and women, get rid of Title IX altogether. Don't expand it, right? Don't expand it to include trans or gay or LGBT or whatever, because there's no difference. There's no need. Get rid of it and let everybody compete on their own, and let the merit of their ability provide them with opportunities for scholarships, for teams, for exposure, right? Because I have to be honest, I played football, I played baseball. I didn't play baseball after like the 4th grade or something, but I played baseball. I played football up even to semi-pro level, ran track, wrestled, played soccer a little bit in college. And I like a wide variety of sports, but in general, women's sports are not interesting to me. And it isn't just because they're women, right? It's because in general, it's an inferior product. On the court, on the field, whatever the case, it's an inferior product. So it's no different than saying, hey, how come as many people don't watch high school basketball as college basketball? Or how come as many people don't watch college basketball as NBA, right? There are levels to it. And any given level, the boys team is going to be the superior team. They're going to have the superior technique and ability. And so if I want to see high school basketball, I'm going to watch high school boys. If I want to see college basketball, I'm going to watch college boys. And if I want to watch pro, I'm going to watch men. You see what I'm saying? It's just the only sport that I really think that I could manage to actually care about is track and field, women's track and field. because fast is fast. And no, you're not fast as any boys. Most Olympic female track sprinters are slower than high school boys. But you're fast. You're fast for a girl, and that means something. And I want to see that. But this desire to pander to, which is all this really amounts to, is the Democratic Party's desire to pander to people because they can't offer you substantive policy. You can't do anything that genuinely benefits the quality of life of the American people. They all, I mean, there's videos of it, but they all were in the Congress waving Ukrainian flags when Mike Johnson passed who they voted to defend, right? Just 4 years ago when Jimmy Dore was trying to get forced to vote passed, that we can't pressure Nancy Pelosi, we can't withhold our vote because we'll get Speaker McCarthy. You go from that to supporting Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House in 4 years, but you can't offer the American people anything. Inflation, we'll talk about later, is through the roof. The cost of living is ridiculous, and we're giving billions of dollars to Israel and Ukraine and trying to prop up Taiwan, and none of it is our problem. That's ultimately the situation. None of that is our problem.
Yeah.
Saying nothing, since you brought this article up, I'll let you read it. But saying nothing of the fact that there has increasingly been little evidence to support gender, what do they call it? Gender
affirming
gender
care.
Transition. Yeah.
Gender affirming care.
Yeah, gender care for children. There's nothing to support it at all. And scientists around Europe are starting to admit that and acknowledge that. And the reason is because they don't have a system that is profit-driven for medicine. The government is paying their medical bill. So the government wants to see, hey, is this actually going anywhere? Where in our country, we have to pay everything out of pocket, either via insurance or, out of your pocket. So if the insurance and medical companies and the medical industrial complex can gain a patient for life because they've destroyed children before they were able to fully develop mentally and physically, they'll do that. There was a video of Jimmy Dore, and I can't remember. I couldn't find it. I might have to look on Rumble, where he was talking, where he showed a clip of a like, I think it was at University of Vanderbilt Medical School, where they were like talking about, when you have somebody gets a gender assignment, there's a patient for life,
Yep.
And like that shouldn't be the core of your medical practice. That shouldn't be the core of your, medical ideology, that you have a patient for life. That's not good.
Exactly. They operate the same as the homelessness industrial complex, where they can continue to have a cog, a feeding, an assembly line of people coming in and out. So just how the homelessness situation now, there's people that have these 6-figure positions that justify their jobs, and they have no financial incentive to actually eliminate the problem. That means they eliminate their work. Same thing with Big Pharma. So Big Pharma, which is in line with the trans agenda, is basically, you're getting these lifetime Big Pharma clients. In the homelessness, the homelessness situation, they have lifetime clients. If you don't eliminate the problem, you can keep eating off the problem. But yeah, continue, Conspiracy Brother.
Well, I mean, the point you just made, right? When you look at, let's say, Susan G. Komen, right? Race for the Cure, the cancer, the breast cancer organization.
Yeah.
She was suing people who use the pink ribbon, because that's almost become a synonymous color and symbol of breast cancer, right? My grandmother had breast cancer. I have an aunt who had breast cancer. So, my mother always wears pink. My little sister has a pink ribbon tattoo. And so like that's just synonymous with breast cancer. But she sued people because that is considered a trademark of Susan G. Komen. Why? Because her interest, or the interest of those who run the organization, is not to cure breast cancer. You have created a whole structure of jobs centered around breast cancer.
From research in the Children's Hospital, St. Jude's, and all of them.
Right. from research to marketing to all the other ancillary components of this, you have no interest in actually curing cancer, any kind, breast cancer, colorectal,
They're no
testicular,
different from the
none of that.
government at this point. Just give us a little more money. Like, conspiracy brothers, just a
Right,
little bit more money will fix it.
right,
We need a
right,
little more
right.
money, then we'll fix it.
Just like the military industrial complex with the wars, just more money for war. Whenever the people, hey, we need healthcare. Well, why don't we give everybody healthcare? Oh, that'll cost. I think they said it'll cost on the high end. They said it would cost 20 billion a year. You've given Ukraine and Israel 80 billion or 60 billion at once. Ukraine's got like 300 billion so far. Israel gets about 3 billion a year. Prior to this, Obama signed a bill giving Israel 3 billion a year, 30 billion over 10 years, and they don't even pay taxes. They don't live here. So there's always money to do bad. There's always money to do evil. And so, we get into these situations where, like, you hear a lot of conservatives and libertarians talk about how government is inefficient, and it is, but it is not that way. It isn't that way irredeemably. It is designed that way by the people who are in charge in order to dismantle it, because that's our only source of power. If you're poor or you're working class, your only mechanism to push back against the oligarchs who are stealing everything from you, for example, George Soros, let's say, or Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates, the only way that you could ever hope to push back against these people is through government. But your government is captured. They don't listen to you. So those same rich people would tell you the government is inefficient, because if you get rid of the government altogether, they can afford a private police. They can afford a private military or a private security, or they can afford to fly above all of our heads in helicopters and live in the air like on the Jetsons or like in Brazil or some other third world country, while we have to live on the ground and suffer. So, I mean, all of this stuff, we have to think about all this consciously, about how it all works together. The mechanism of power between the rich and the government. Because that's fascism. We've talked about that a lot on this show. But that is fascism. The fascists defined fascism as a synergy. Maybe they didn't use that word, but a cooperation between corporations and government. And what do we have in this country if not that?
We got it's whatever it is not good. So I think you, conspiracy brother, you tied that really well. I was on tying that in with the trans agenda. So this article, we don't have to get into it yet. Actually, I want to actually have you read this, but I want to give my initial thoughts just on the original articles with Title IX. And basically, this is, once again, like you had mentioned earlier, about how people end up kind of advocating themselves out of existence, or for things that actually don't serve them. Just kind of like how a lot of the feminist movement is either super quiet on this trans agenda, or some of them are just stupid enough to kind of cheer it on, and they're cheering themselves out of existence. It's funny a lot of times how the Democrats, they sort of that saying, "Oh, black women, they're the backbone of the Democrat Party." You ever hear that? Like, black women, they're the backbone of the Democrat. Yeah.
I hear
and
it
to
too
be
much.
honest, they're really stepping on your back. Because the two biggest slaps in the face to black people, especially black women, is first of all the mass immigration, the migrant agenda, which we'll speak on a little bit later. But you're saying we have enough money and resources to send $100 billion to Ukraine. We have enough money to give families in NYC up to $10,000 a month. These illegal migrants who just get here. But yet the black woman, who's the backbone of your party, you can't give us $1 for reparations, any sort of monthly payment, or just lump sum. Yet black women are the backbone of your party. So that's the first slap in the face, is how Ukraine and illegal migrants have protected status over black women. They trample right over black women's rights. So that's the first slap in the face. The second slap in the face is the Title IX, which once again now says anybody who identifies as a woman is now trans, is now like identifying. It goes from sexual orientation or to gender identity. So once again, we talked about this. A lot of black folks are asleep at the wheel. They're over there. They're seeing this stuff, either not saying nothing and be like, "Oh, it may not affect me." All right. until homeboy, black guy decides one day, I want to get that promotion at work. I identify as a woman. You know, it's never going to be something as blatant as like a white guy identifying as a woman and takes it from a black woman, but just how they kind of have Black trans lives matter and a lot of that. There's gonna be some black guys that decide to put on a dress and say they identify, and whether it's like a Shakari Richardson ends up losing to a black man that competes against her, or Simone Biles, or just something local, like maybe a local nobody, or just maybe somebody in the corporate aspect, that's going to be coming one way or another. And so that's the biggest slap in the face with this Title IX regulation. I mean, it's the second slap in the face. Once again, like I said, it's the no reparations, but we'll give reparations to Ukraine and the legal migrants who just got here. But the second slap in the face to black women is we're going to repeal your women's rights. I feel like if they just said Title IX repeals black women's rights, everybody's ears will perk up. For whatever reason, if they don't hear the word black in it, they think it's not going to affect them. But hey, sister, you a black woman, woman's in your title. So it seems whatever it is, if they don't say specifically black, it's like, well, that's not really going to affect me. No, it has. You happen to be a woman, right? Yeah, you're just a black woman. So that's sort of my initial beef, and the biggest slap of the face that a lot of women, especially black women, just aren't aware of on how their rights are getting eroded with overnight. But yeah, conspiracy brother, what's this article right here? I think you had shared this a little while back. We didn't get to it last broadcast from the
Yeah.
Guardian. Yeah, you
So
could read or speak on this one.
I'll give it just a little bit of background. But so the UK, they have the NHS, which is their National Health Service. Used to fund this clinic called the Tavistock Clinic, and it was like a gender identity clinic.
Yep.
And they used to allow for gender surgeries, gender procedures on minors, and they have stopped. And this doctor here, I forget her first name, but her last name is Cass, did a what do you call it? Not investigation, but a experiment, I guess. Maybe it was an investigation where she looked at data and did a study on basically how there is no long-term support for any of these policies that have been undertaken, right? And this is one of the things here in this country, but because the NHS is a government program, a government funded program, if you can get it considered, like, why they always try to talk about, this is life-saving care, or this is life-affirming. Do you want to see such and such? Would you like your child to die? The reason they have to make these kinds of ridiculous protestations about the trans situation is because if they can do that here in this country, if you could make it a healthcare issue and not a personal choice issue, the government will pay for it either like through Obamacare, or like when you go to prison, or when you go to college, or if you have Medicaid or something like that, they'll pay for it, right? If it's considered a cosmetic procedure like breast implants or a nose job, they'll never cover it. You'd have to always have the money yourself. So this is why so many people in this movement have a hard time with understanding how to classify it themselves, right? They don't want it considered a mental illness, but they know that if they have it completely removed from any kind of mental or medical health issues, that then they'll have to cover it themselves. So they allow it to still be, this is body dysmorphia or whatever. But we're not crazy, right? I'm not a lunatic, but I need this for my mental health. But so in the UK, because their medical system is already covered, they just have this, hey, this is a medical necessity, and they've gone through and created these programs. There's advocacy organizations like something called the Mermaids, which was founded by like a woman and her son, calls them a daughter. And there's different advocates, like a lady. She is a member of the House of Lords. She was actually appointed. It was a for life peerage. So the peer ends with her, but she was like a lesbian or whatever, and she did a lot to try to promote the trans agenda on children. And I think she actually was kicked out of the group that she was in charge of. They've tried to distance themselves from her, and she's trying to backtrack now. And people are asking for her to be removed from the House of Lords because, she promoted a dangerous ideology that hurt children. So this doctor here, Cass, she wrote this article, this study, and this is an article that goes over it from this man named David Bell. He's going to go into some detail about it. So I'll just read it kind of briefly. Talked a bit. The Cass review of gender identity services marks a return to reason and evidence. It must be defended. Its author has had to fend off criticism and misinformation, but the report offers hope for a realistic conversation. And so this is Dr. Hillary Cass, that's her name, speaks about the publication of the Independent Review of Gender Identity Services for Children and Young People, the Cass Review, London, 9 April 2024. So as the dust settles around Hillary Cass's report, the most extensive and thoroughgoing evidence-based review of treatment for children experiencing gender distress ever undertaken, it is clear her findings support the grave concerns I and many others have raised. Central here was the lack of an evidential base of good quality that could back claims for the effectiveness of young people being prescribed puberty blockers or proceeding on a medical pathway to transition. Can you just zoom in just maybe like 2 ticks?
Right.
I and many other clinicians were concerned about the risks of long-term damaging consequences of early medical intervention. Cass has already had to speak out against misinformation being spread about her review, and a Labor MP has admitted that she, quote, may have misled, end quote, Parliament when referring to it. The review should be defended from misrepresentation. So here you have, I don't know, this woman, this member from the Labor Party admitting, sorry for that background noise, admitting that she may have misrepresented the science, right? The science that they, for the last 4 years, have told us that we should have a breathless adherence to. And nothing's happened, right? We've heard about misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, which is the truth, just inconvenient truth, whatever that means. And now this woman has admitted to lying. When you mislead somebody, you lied, right? Same with gaslighting. We could talk about the way that the lie is, but you lied and you've admitted to lying. And no, we don't have anybody calling for her head, which, I don't know. There should be some kind of punishment. But I mean, for lying as a member of government in a position of authority to make laws and regulations that affect the life of this doctor and every citizen in the UK, there should be some consequence. You aren't just some random nut job standing on the street corner yelling in a megaphone, but I digress. The policy of, quote, affirmation, end quote. Affirmation is a good song by Jose Feliciano, covered by George Benson. Affirmation, check it out when you get a chance. That is speedily agreeing with a child that they are of the wrong gender, was an inappropriate clinical stance brought about by influential activist groups and some senior gender identity development service GIDS staff. The British love acronyms, resulting in a distortion of the clinical domain. Studies indicate that a majority of children in the absence of medical intervention will desist, that is, change their minds, as children tend to do. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a monkey. I wanted to be a ninja. I wanted to be Superman. I wanted to be Spider-Man. And now I'm a grown man and, I'm a better person that my parents didn't allow me to indulge in any of that. But the many complex problems that affect these young people were left unaddressed. Once they were viewed simplistically through the prism of gender, Cass hopefully calls quote, this quote, diagnostic overshadowing, end quote. Thus, children suffered thrice over through not having all their problems properly addressed, by being put on a pathway for which there is not adequate evidence and for which there is considerable risk of harm. And lastly, because children not unreasonably believed that all their problems would disappear once they transition. It is, I think, not possible for a child in acute states of torment to be able to think through consequences of a future medical transition. Children struggle to even imagine themselves in an adult sexual body, which I don't know why you'd want children to do that anyway. Like, I
Mhm.
don't know why that's a, I mean, and we could talk about this maybe in a different show about that guy, Dr. Money, or the New Zealand doctor, and the
Yeah,
doctor, he
Dr.
has a
John Money.
statue. Yeah, John Money. And there's another one, John something else. He has a statue at the University of Indiana in Bloomington because he's like pioneered gender ideology, and he actually performed like sexual stimulation on children, on babies, to measure whether or not the children responded to sexual stimulation. So orgasm, right? So we need to understand that these people are monsters. And I don't mean monster in the, supernatural sense, but they're as monstrous as human beings can be, right?
Yeah.
The fear that we have created about, you know, evil exists. It does exist in this world, and these are the people. Um, but some claim that low numbers of puberty blockers were prescribed. Cass quotes figures showing around 30% of GIDS patients in England discharged between April 2018 and 31 December 2022 were referred to the endocrinology service, of whom around 80% were prescribed puberty blockers. The proportion was higher for older children, but these numbers are likely to be an underestimate, as 70% of children were transferred to adult services once they were 17, and their data lost, as very regrettably they were not followed up. This is one of the most serious governance problems of GIDS, also specifically addressed by the judges in Kira Bell versus Tavistock. Kira Bell was a young woman who started transitioning at 14. I believe she had a double mastectomy and a hysterectomy. And after about 3 to 4 years of hormones, realized that she had made a mistake and is now trying to live her life as a woman, on top of all the issues that have come along with the processes that she had undergone. And the Tavistock Clinic, as I've told you, is the clinic that was responsible for gender care in the UK. 6 adult gender clinics refused to cooperate and provide data to Cass. However, having come under considerable pressure, they have now relented. And this is the thing, right? This is important to understand. When you're telling the truth, why are you hiding?
Mm.
Why do you? And this is something they all do. Even when you talk to these people, I don't want to educate you. Google is free or whatever. When you're telling the truth, what do you have to hide? Right now, yes, there are situations when the truth goes against the popular narrative, and so you have to hide to protect yourself for personal reasons. That's understandable. But you're an organization uh, ostensibly funded by the government, right? Why are you hiding? And I understand that UK is different. They might not have FOIA as we have it, even though that's not a perfect system. But why
Right.
are you hiding your information? It is often claimed that puberty blockers were not experimental, as there is a long history of their use. They had been used in precocious puberty, for example, where a child, sometimes because of a pituitary abnormality, develops secondary sexual characteristics before the age of 8, and in the treatment of prostate cancer, but they had not been prescribed by GIDS to children experiencing gender dysphoria before 2011. The lack of long-term prescription for children as a treatment for gender dysphoria, that is for those whose bodies were physically healthy. And so this is another thing they do. They always like to live their lives on the margins, right? In the minority. And, as a minority, as a member of a minority group in this country population, there is a time and a place where the opinion of minorities does need to be considered. But in general, speaking as a black person, a B1, FBA, descendant of freedom, whatever you want to call it, there should be underlying all the understanding of the civil rights movement, at least how I understood it, the basis of it all was that eventually Black people would be treated the same. Right? We needed a foundational shift in how we had been treated up to that point. But the end goal was that we would be treated the same. Here, you hear them saying, you know, we're going to use a genetic abnormality like precocious puberty to determine that in normal, otherwise healthy children and people, that puberty blockers are safe. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even when you look at the feminist argument for, you know, what we talked about, women in sports in Title IX. Well, you know, you couldn't beat Serena Williams in a tennis match. No, I couldn't. I don't play tennis. I don't play tennis at all. But I guarantee you,
it was either Serena or Venus Williams. I think they were on a talk show. There's a clip where they said literally,
Serena.
Whoa, like this, yeah, Serena, like this guy blew me out the water. She said that.
Like, and he was like a number 200 ranked dude.
Yeah,
or something. And the guy was drunk. He beat both of them at the same time. If it wasn't the same time, it was back to back. And he had a hangover and he took smoke breaks and he was 40. And so that's what I was going to say. I think if you took a high school tennis player, they could probably beat Serena, a high school boy, at least a college boy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so this is what I'm talking about. You want to live on these margins of superstar, 1 in a million individuals. That isn't life. The average person is normal, healthy, 2 arms, 2 legs, 10 fingers and toes, one nose, 2 nostrils, 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 mouth. You know, that's the average person and all the specifics of humanity that go along with that. And so we don't need to make policies for those few people, less than 1%, who think they're born in the wrong body. They need mental help. But it isn't smart, in my opinion. It isn't wise. It isn't advantageous, long-term or short-term, to indulge these people and to have them believe that if they should cut off otherwise healthy body parts or otherwise mutilate themselves, that they would be better off. No different than if a person came up to me today and said, hey, man, I got 2 legs, but I think I'm only supposed to have 1. I'm going to get it removed. And I would say, I think you're being a bit hasty. It's no different. And that does happen.
Yeah.
So let me keep going. The attempts of GIDS clinicians to raise concerns about safeguarding and the medical approach were ignored or worse. The then medical director heard concerns but did not act. Ditto the Speak Up Guardian and the Tavistock and Portman NHS Foundation Trust Management. I was a senior consultant psychiatrist, and it was in my role as staff representative of the Trust Council of Governors that a large number of the GIDS clinicians approached me with their grave concerns. This formed the basis of the report submitted to the board in 2018. The trust then conducted a, quote, review, end quote, of GIDS based only on interviewing staff. The CEO stated that the review did not identify any, quote, failings in the overall approach taken by the service in responding to the needs of the young people and families who access its support, end quote. I was, and you just got to scroll up for me, I'm at the bottom of that last paragraph. I was threatened with disciplinary action when the child safeguarding lead, Sonia Appleby, raised her concerns before the trust review. The trust threatened her with an investigation, and its response as an employment tribunal later confirmed damaged her professional reputation and stood in the way of her safeguarding work. Characterizing a child as, quote, being transgender, end quote, is harmful. as it forecloses the situation and also implies that it is a unitary condition for which there is unitary, quote, treatment, end quote. It is much more helpful to use a description that the child suffers from distress in relation to gender slash sexuality, and this needs to be carefully explored in terms of the narrative of their lives. The presence of other difficulties such as autism, depression, histories of abuse and trauma, and confusion about sexuality. As the CAS report notes, studies suggest that a high proportion of these children are same sex attracted, and many suffer from homophobia. Concerned gay and lesbian clinicians have said they experienced homophobia in this service and that staff worked in a, quote, climate of fear, end quote. It is misleading to suggest that I and others who have raised these concerns are hostile to transgender people. We believe they should be able to live their lives free of discrimination. We have opposed, what we have opposed is the uh, precipitate placing of children on a, that's a quite an alliteration of, on a
Precipitous? What?
potentially precipitate placing of children on a potentially damaging medical pathway for
Okay.
which there is is considerable evidence of risk of harm. We emphasize the need before taking such steps to spend considerable time exploring this complex and multifaceted clinical presentation. Young people and clinicians routinely refer to, quote, top surgery, quote, end quote, and, quote, bottom surgery, end quote, terms that serve to seriously underplay these major surgical procedures, i.e., double mastectomy, removal of pelvic organs, and fashioning of constructed penis and, or vagina. These procedures carry very serious risks, such as urinary incontinence, vaginal atrophy, cardiovascular complications, and many others we are only beginning to learn about. There is a very serious risk of sexual dysfunction and sterility, and it's very common.
Oh, you think?
Have you seen? I'm sure you have, but have you seen What Is a Woman?
Yeah, the Matt Walsh from the Daily Wire. Yeah, I did watch it. I mean, once again, I don't agree with everything at
Yeah.
the Daily Wire in general, but they were spot on with this one. It's very, very telling just the amount of censorship it's getting.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
I did see it though. Yeah.
and and just like he's saying, we use these euphemisms in order to hide what's actually going on. Oh, you got top surgery, you got bottom surgery. And I remember the first time I saw that shit on Twitter. Pardon me, stuff. Sorry, Dad. When I saw that on Twitter, I'm like, top surgery. I thought it was something gay. Like I thought it was gay something. I thought it was like a like,
Top of that.
like like I thought it was like something gay, and it was like a like a euphemism for something gay, like
Right,
top
right.
surgery, bottom surgery, like you know, I don't know, but something gay related.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, all these people are having like double mastectomies and stuff, and like getting their penises cut off or inverted or their vaginas closed up, and like it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me how everybody just goes along with this. And you look at the medical industry and how the doctors are, we have to be supportive. And it's like, where does this come from? Because when people were telling doctors, hey man, I don't want to get the vaccine, doctors were literally telling people, like, you don't know anything. This is what's best for you. This is what you need to do. And now all of a sudden, when it comes to cutting off my genitalia or my children doing that, you're like, yeah, we got to listen to the patients. Like, this doesn't make sense to me unless you understand it from the lens of greed and evil. This makes no sense. Um, but there are no reliable studies for children or adults that could support claims of low levels of regret. The studies often quoted, e.g., Bustos et al. 2021, have been criticized for using inadequate and erroneous data. The critical issue here is the fact that children and young people who are put on a on a medical pathway were not followed up. Studies suggest that the majority of detransitioners, a growing population, well, it's growing because you have a growing number of transitioners who are having to deal with the consequences of having been put on a medical pathway, do not return to the clinics as they are very fearful of the consequences. The fact that there are no dedicated NHS services for detransitioners is a is symptomatic of the NHS's lack of concern for this group. Many live very lonely and isolated lives. Those who say a child has been, quote, born in the wrong body, end quote, and who have sidelined child safeguarding bear a very heavy responsibility. Parents have been asked, quote, do you want a happy little girl or a dead little boy, end quote. And that's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Cass
Yeah,
note.
they love that
That,
line. You hear that line a lot.
right. Cass notes that rates of suicidality are similar to rates among non-trans identified youth referred to child and adolescent mental health services. CAMHS. Indeed, the NHS led for suicide prevention. Oh, the NHS lead for suicide prevention, Professor Sir Lewis Appleby has said, quote, invoking suicide in this debate is mistaken and potentially harmful, end quote. Not potentially. It has been suggested that the Cass report sought to, quote, appease, end quote, various interests with the implication that those who have promoted these potentially damaging treatments have been sidelined. But in reality, it is those of us who have raised these concerns who have been silenced by trans rights activists who have had considerable success in closing down debate, including preventing conferences going ahead. Doctors and scientists have said that they have been deterred from conducting studies in this area by a climate of fear and face great personal costs for speaking out, ranging from harassment to professional risks, and even as Cass has experienced safety concerns in public. The pendulum is already swinging towards a reassertion of rationality. Cass's achievement is to give that pendulum a hugely increased momentum. In years to come, we will look back at the damage done to children with incredulity and horror. Let me just give a little bit of info. I want to just comment on that last part, but I'll let you speak first, and then I want to comment on that
I
last
don't
part.
have a whole lot to say. I'm just saying I'm surprised this came out of the Guardian, because the Guardian's been pretty establishment with a lot of narratives the past few years. I'm surprised they came out with this one. I know, even though UK, more of that's kind of coming to the surface, but yeah, I didn't know they'd be able to. Yeah, way to go, Guardian. All right.
So I remember, around, 04, 05, 03, when I felt like I noticed an increase in like gay people. And I thought to myself, like, is this
Wait,
a
wait, wait,
fad?
wait. Why 0405? What? Well, hold on.
I just remember, like, that's the time I remember seeing an increased number. I mean, we were in
Like
high
in your
school, so maybe
school?
that had something. Huh?
Like in your that went to school with you? Like in high school? Or?
Well, yeah, I think in high school, but in the media, you just like Queer Eye came out, and you just saw a lot of people emphasizing like homosexuality. And I remember thinking, like, all this is a fad. Like, all this is a fad. You people aren't really gay. This is
Oh
all
yeah,
a
I do
fad.
remember that reality show where they get like a
Yeah,
gay. Oh yeah, I remember that
Queer
one.
Eye.
Gay makeover. Yeah. All right.
And I'm like, bro, this is a fad. This is not real. Y'all all not gay. And I can remember thinking, like, I'll be glad when this is all over with, because like everybody was gay. You remember Nicki Minaj, when she came out, she was bi. Like, everybody was gay.
Oh yeah, she was happy. Yeah, I remember that, playing that card. Yeah, the grift.
Yeah. And so I remember thinking, like, I can't wait until, 10, 15 years later when all this is like over and and now this is what we're doing. Like, I would, you know what I'm saying?
You thought it was
And
bad
somebody
then?
said, it was a conservative commentator I saw talk about this. And they said what the Democrats and the Republicans do, because they work together, is the Democrats push extreme one way,
Yep.
and then the Republicans really don't fight back. They don't fight back at all.
They try and
And
hold
then
the line for a minute, then they give in.
right,
The Democrat, it's a
they'll
communist,
pretend.
more
They'll pretend
communist
they
type
hold the
strategy. Like push, 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 push. No, don't do that. Oh, okay. They go away, then
right.
push, 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 push. Yeah.
And then what happens? And then the Democrats will go like real far, like they'll push far,
Mm-hmm.
and then the Republicans will start. They'll just say, "Hey, let's go back to this one thing we were saying was too far." And so, like, the Democrats do that too. The Republicans do that, where they'll say, "Hey, we're not doing X, Y, Z," and then the Democrats turn into full war hawks. You know what I'm saying? Like the early 2000s, Obama's presidency, the Republicans were the party of anti-free speech, of government overreach, of um, all that stuff. And now, like you see, the Democrats doing it. So they just
Yeah.
both work together to do this crazy BS. But like,
Yep.
the article, just looking at that article, the reason why there's less concern for adults who transition, even though they may be as mentally disturbed as the children, is
Right.
because you're an adult. We can't legally stop you from doing something that you want to do to your body. If you want to get like there's a guy who is trans, male to female,
Mm.
and his name is Lady Tiamat Baphomet Medusa. Maybe I'll find the video and post a link. But he's
Lord.
like turned himself. He calls himself the Dragon Lady. He's a father. He's got kids. He was married, and then he just like, and so he got these nodules like brow implants, horn implants, shaved his head, got a beard, wears these long nails, has tattoos over all his body, got his eyelids, his eyeballs tattooed,
Just doing the most. Just doing
got
the
his
most.
tongue split.
Damn.
And it's just like,
Yeah, that guy's possessed.
I don't need to change my whole life and my whole understanding of the English language to appease a person like this. This person is mentally disturbed. And, I can be polite and courteous, but I don't have to, completely rearrange my reality in order to make this person feel better. I just don't need to do that. I don't. And this is what they're asking you to do. I mean, even this trans inclusive language, bro. No,
Yeah.
no.
Oh yeah, we're gonna end it with this one. So
Okay, I'll let you read that.
yeah, so all right, I bring this one up. This is gonna be our last one. So once again, y'all tuning in. You're watching Uncomfy Truths, episode 25. We're on YouTube, Rumble, and Odyssey. We also have a Give Send Go. Conspiracy Brother can have that banner going. But I wanted to share this last one. I know we're good an hour, 30 minutes in. However, I feel like while we're on the topic, this is the last one I want to share just to kind of bring all this to a fold. Now, this is an article from Medium. They're pretty far left, I guess. Kind of psychology, woo-woo, spirituality mixed with the wokeness. So honestly, this was shared. There was a company I recently finished a contract at, and then a lot of people working in corporate America. Overall, a lot of these companies lean liberal, and that's the general environment you kind of have to navigate through. So this was shared by an employee at that company I was working at. And even in the caption, as she was sharing the article, she was like, well, we want to get to the term, and this is coming from like an actual woman. She's like, well, the term woman, can be a little too regressive or somewhere where it's offensive to others who don't identify as a woman. So we want to try. I think this article is a great way of laying out how we want to go from like woman-led or female-led organization to non-binary persons-led. So she was already kind of amping it up and shared this article. And I was sitting there just thinking just how sad this is. As a man, I'm sitting here and this other woman is the one who's advocating and for these type of things that's like erasing her out of existence. How they're talking about how a women-led organization can now be offensive to someone to identify. So she shared this article. So I want to read this. It's a little bit, I'll try and get through it real quick. I know we got a lot of topics to get to, but I think Conspiracy Brother, this is good for us to really get into the mind. And this is actually from like 6 years ago. So I guess you just stumbled upon the article recently, but a lot of this that they're talking about is taking form today. So this can kind of at least maybe give us a little inside look into the mind of kind of the general. And once again, I don't like to try to house all the LGBT community under this. I know there's like organizations called Gays Against Groomers and other people within that community, I'm sure, who talk against this. But this is something that's very creepy because it's from 2018, and a lot of this stuff is now commonplace today. But she shared this kind of like, hey, we want to start this organization. This is where we want to go. This is the way we're going. So those of you guys that still in corporate America, you have far pretty left-leaning organizations, just maybe read this as a word of caution. If your workplace isn't there yet, it's gonna be. So that's why I wanted to share this. And just once again, it might be a little tough to get through, but this can at least put us into at least see behind the lens of what their mentality is, you know. So trans inclusive language and introduction from Medium. The beauty of language. Once again, I'm not gonna. This isn't that long of a read. Um, the beauty of language is that it is always evolving. All right, so there we go. Change the definition. It's always evolving. Not even in terms of decades, the meaning of a word or a sentence can change in a second. As we age and communication moves past us, it is easy to miss out on some of these changes. So you already see how they're setting this up. We don't always intend to, but we can easily harm others with the use of language. No more sticks and stones can break my bones or words that never hurt me. You can harm and put people in the hospital, conspiracy brother, just by the language you use. All right, this is what makes comprehensive understanding of language important. How do we convey what we truly mean while being competently understood and causing not even accidental harm? Being able to communicate a point that in thought process without damaging the world we are writing into is one of the most telltale signs of a genuinely talented writer. And once again, conspiracy brothers, I go through this. You can feel free to comment on stuff, as I'm going through it. You feel the need.
Okay.
No one is saying it's easy, especially if you're new to the topic. But the more you practice it, the more intuitive, enhancing your writing in this way will become. Beyond a sense of respect and human decency, learning to write inclusively, objectively makes your writing better. Removing unnecessary rewording and antiquated verbiage helps a passage flow. It opens up a new doors in the world of language. So they're getting into very basic kind of writing. I'm not like a professional writer, so I'm sure these are some actual, writing 101 tips. But as they're trying to link writing to all of a sudden how we need to be in this new, trans inclusive environment. So it opens the doors opens new doors in the world of language. It also makes pieces more welcoming and accessible to the most marginalized within society. Anytime writing acknowledges the least heard voices, it often ends up being recognized and heard much farther than the writing that doesn't. The initial roadblock for many is that they do not know where to start and are ashamed of their lack of experience. It is difficult to ever admit we might be wrong or know something that's wrong. So once again, this is co-opting the same sort of like the extreme CRT, diversity officer that's telling white people, you're racist, you're subconsciously racist. We're going to tell you, you don't know you are subconsciously. So this is kind of the same thing. So they're already kind of programming people to where, yeah, you're not really, you don't even know you're doing it, but you are. So they're already kind of setting up that same sort of conditioning. It is difficult to ever admit we might be wrong or don't know something. It is not unusual sentiment. I'm here to reassure you that knowing things on your own is okay. Not knowing things on your own is okay. It is willful ignorance and denial that is harmful. We are responsible for seeking out information that can help us learn how to combat ignorance. It is not up to the marginalized to teach us. Still, that doesn't help those who do not know what questions to ask or where to look. Here we go. I am a trans person. To be specific, I'm non-binary, use they, them pronouns. I'm also a lesbian. These three sentences on their own present what I feel would be good initial questions to answer. What does it mean when someone says I'm trans? To be honest, once again, y'all, this is 2018, so a lot of this stuff is already kind of come to fruition. This is commonplace. To be honest, it means something a little different for every individual. Trans is shortening for the words transgender or transsexual. It tends to be the shortening of the term transgender, as a good portion of trans folks consider transsexual to be a slur. I didn't even know that.
Now I want to.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead and pop on in.
Since you've given me the option.
Yeah.
What is a non-binary lesbian? Am I a non-binary lesbian?
You could be. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like what I hate, and this is like, like what I've understood this to be is like a postmodernism
Mm-hmm.
where you want to deconstruct everything into nothingness. And like, I get that sometimes when I think too hard about stuff, which I tend to do. I can get in those where like nothing means anything, and nothing means anything, and anything is subjective, and you can call anything whatever, and it doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, in order to have a functional society, world, whatever, even a functional let's say not a society, let's just say me and you were the only two people on Earth. In order for us to have a functional existence together, even if just sometimes, we need to have a reasonable way to communicate. Words have to mean something. We can't just be in a constant process of trying to understand what each other are saying or interpret what each other are saying because we want to be different and difficult. What is a non-binary lesbian? Again, you have worked your way out of making sense. Because if you could be a non-binary lesbian, why can't I? And then when you say, well, I'm a lesbian too. Oh, well, you're just trying to be funny. Why am I trying to be funny? But when Bruce Jenner does it, it's okay.
Yeah. Explain that.
What is the difference? As far as I know, Bruce Jenner ain't cut his shit off. Sorry again. But you see what I'm saying? Bruce Jenner haven't removed his stuff. So what is the difference? Because I got long hair. What is the difference? And so this is a situation. What they're trying to do, what they're always trying to do, what this whole thing is about. The elites are trying to undermine the family unit and the family structure because they understand that with their strong family structure, with their a strong social structure, positive interactions between men and women, respect, mutual respect between men and women, that they are at a threat of being overtaken. When you have all the pores, myself included, all the pores fighting amongst ourselves over gender and sexuality and women's rights, and can a woman beat a man in sports, and is a woman as strong as a man, and whatever, the elites sit back and they rape the whole planet. They capture your government. They take your resources. They take your water. They take all your God-given everything, and then eventually you'll be living in the matrix. Like I've said before in our group, you'll be living in a world where you wish for the matrix. It'll be so bad, you wish that you lived in the matrix.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. All right, so continue on this, and once again, guys, those watching, just try and bear with us. This is just something we need to get through to understand the other side, so we can kind of know what to prepare or expect. All right, so where do I leave off at? It tends to be, I myself prefer transsexual as a full word, not because of the bioessentialism. As a good portion of trans folks consider transsexual to be a slur, but at the same time, she thinks it's okay, not because of bioessentialism or any medical transition, but because I view my transness as a rejection of the concept of biological sex. So there it is, the rejection of the concept of biological. So now biological sex is a concept. Sex, XY chromosomes, that's just a theory.
But you know what though? And this is all on Twitter and Tumblr. This is what you see. But stuff like this, what this shows you is that, and this is obviously, I mean, I'm saying this kind of in a tongue-in-cheek way, but we have, as a nation, we have gotten too advanced. And what I mean by that is, like, we're a post-industrial society. And we've gone too far. It's too far. Because back when people were working hard Scrabble, you didn't have this kind of thought processes.
Yeah.
I like to read. I love to read. but I work a real job, a physical job. And
Yeah.
so I also have interactions with real people, blue collar people. And so it gives me a perspective about what's important in the world, what's in books and what's in life. You know what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah.
spend all my time around academics and other people who got PhDs and master's degrees and all this BS who just do research papers and stuff and work at a university or a high school or something.
Right.
I work with people who work real jobs and are
Work
falling
with their
apart.
hands.
People who come to work drunk and high and who are literally falling apart because they have been so damaged from the years of service. And so at the end of the day, they don't have time to think about all these peculiarities and bioessentialism and whether they want to be non-binary lesbians or not.
It's
Because they got to
concept.
work.
Yeah.
They got to work a job that means something to somebody and not
Yeah.
in the abstract.
Yeah, because it ends up being it's concept, it's theory, and end of the day, they're making it up along as they go. That's a
Right.
lot of, not all, but a lot of progressivism.
You
Eventually,
just
you
want
go
to
too
make up
progressive.
words.
Exactly. You want to be the one that does something first that comes up with the next new thing. And when you go so far left progressive, sometimes you end up becoming regressive. And that explains the situation we're in. We're literally seeing the regression of women's rights in real time. So, all right. So to be trans means to not be cis. And this is another word they just made up. Cis is a shortening of cisgender. You are cisgender if you are the gender you were assigned at birth. So that's another sort of jingle word they like to use, assigned at birth, gender being assigned. If you are not the gender you were assigned at birth and choose to align yourself with transness, then you are trans. That's it. How one chooses to transition is up to them. The only thing that doesn't make a person trans is whether or not they are 100% 24/7 the gender they were assigned at birth. A trans person can be a woman. Here we go. A trans person can be a woman, a man, someone who is neither of those. I repeat, a trans person could be a woman, a man, or someone who's neither of those. Trans people who are neither solidly a woman or a man all the time often align with the umbrella term non-binary. So your point, conspiracy brother, earlier, can you be a non-binary lesbian? Yes. So if there's like those that got a
But even
cool, yeah.
but even saying you can be neither, then it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Then what you're saying doesn't matter.
And this was the point I was mentioning, how once again, black folks and black women especially, that they keep sitting back and thinking this doesn't affect them. When that next DEI initiative where we got a new spot for 5 new spots for a junior executive training program for black women, and then homeboy Leroy decides one day to put on a dress and say he's non-binary and identify as a woman, and he takes your spot. don't don't start crying about it now, because we warned you. So I mean, yeah, so once again, trans people who are neither solidly a woman or a man all the time often align under the umbrella term non-binary. I go more into that later. What's important for you to know and remember is that every trans person is their own individual. The more trans people you meet, the more you will realize many of us disagree with one another. This is fine and normal, especially with politically active communities.
Of
However,
course you disagree with each other. You don't even have internal consistency with yourself.
this is true. However, this does not mean you can pick and choose which opinions on transness you personally wait. However, this does not mean you can pick and choose which opinions on transness you personally prefer in order to justify justified choices in your language use and treatment of trans folk. How does that even? That seems pretty contradictory. So we can disagree with one another, yet you can't pick and choose what opinions can to justify your language or you. So I'm not even gonna go in that, but just because one trans person lets you call them something or make certain jokes or use a certain language doesn't mean it's automatically okay for every other trans person out there. I gotta call bullshit on that. It's a free country. I can say what I want when I want. I'm not assaulting you physically. I'm not impeding your right of way or inhibiting your freedom of speech. So, so be considerate. If you want to appreciate an unwarranted comment or joke about yourself out the blue, chances are we won't either. All right. What does it mean when someone says they're non-binary? To be non-binary means that an individual is not 100% woman or a man 100% of the time. They may be both a man and a woman at the same time. They may fluctuate between masculinity and femininity. I've heard about this. Yeah, depending on the season or the time of the week or the day, they may hover near one or the other. They may have no gender, or they may be someone else's entirely outside binary of a woman. So once again, they could identify as a woman for the new female DEI initiative program. Then next week, when they pick somebody else, they go back to identifying as not a woman. How convenient. The possibilities are endless. Not every person who is neither a woman or a man is non-binary, especially with non-white cultures. People may prefer to align themselves with culturally recognized genders. It is only the white in the Western world that adheres to the concept of male and female alone. Wow. Did you catch all that? Conspiracy, brother. Hope.
So
I know.
I didn't hear you. So I just saw breaking news that the helicopter of the president of Iran just had a hard landing.
Oh shit.
And so I'm too. I think they raised the draft age to 35, but I'm 36, so I'm too old. But they better hope it was a mechanical issue. Yes.
They raised the Iran draft age.
No. The U.S. draft age. Because I'm saying they better hope that plane had a mechanical issue and Israel didn't have anything to do with it. Because if they
when did they raise the draft age to 35 in the U.S.?
I believe they did during Iraq. Now, it might have been the age that you could enlist, but I think they raised the draft age like during Iraq because it was so few people joining. Like toward the end, they had to let all kind of like numbskulls in.
Oh well, I'm safe. All right. So yeah, so this right here is once again kind of the open sort of I guess discrimination, bigoted sort of, and once again, I get it. Like there are racist white people out there, and there's white supremacy in different structures and organizations. But this is kind of just a bold sort of
yeah, this is complete fooly.
Yeah.
Because is the Middle East, is that Western? Because you go over there and tell them you are non-binary.
Right. They're gonna say, "Shut up! Put your garment."
They might throw you off a building if you in Saudi Arabia
or Palestine. They do that in Palestine. They'll throw you off the roof.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They will throw you off the building. Yeah. But this is what I'm saying. Like, and this is why, again, when we talked earlier about, working against your own interest. I don't know what the race of this individual is who wrote this, right. But like, don't be talking about Black people. Leave us alone. We got enough stuff we trying to work out. We got enough stuff we trying to do. Don't. And see, look how much they wrote.
Yeah, I don't know. I can get through all this. We can come back to this maybe. Why don't we do this? Let's cover the second half of this on the next.
This shows you they got a mental problem right here, writing all this. But this is what I'm trying to tell you. And I still say this: Ronald Reagan is probably one of the worst presidents we've had in modern times. But
I mean, just the Childhood Vaccine Injury Act alone, I still harbor a lot of, just making vaccine makers immune to prosecute, immune to any liability.
Yeah.
That alone killed whatever parts of his administration I did like. That took a big hit for me.
Yeah.
He turned some things down. He turned some things. Well, toward his second term, he did turn some things around economically, but then they ended up just passing the torch to George W.
Well, you know what, man? Ronald Reagan shut down all the insane asylums. He legalized no-fault divorce.
That is true.
He was essentially like a puppet for the deep state and the corporations. Like, the dude was senile. He was basically like Joe Biden, just a more conservative, a Republican. I don't even know if he's more conservative.
He was like a Republican Jimmy Carter. So you just basically continue part of. Well, I want to say bad was Jimmy Carter, but
I heard this. I heard that Jimmy Carter actually was trying to get rid of the deep state.
Really?
And that's why they got rid of him.
I heard also Nixon was fighting it a bit too, and they set him up.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yeah,
and that's why they got rid of him. Yep.
So you never know. All right, so yeah, I screenshot it. I don't think we're at 1:30, so I think we'll get back to this. So I think we're gonna continue to the next topic. But yeah, and then we'll spend the other part of the next episode reading through the rest of this because it's hard to get through the whole thing. But yeah, definitely, it's just very telling of kind of the times we're in and the times we're trying to usher on. So this is a little fun one. This is from Detroit News. I know we're going to talk Trump debate. You know, basically they agreed upon that. We're going to get into some of that. But yeah, Conspiracy Brother, if you want to go ahead and take this article, and then you read this one, then we can kind of break it down.
Woo!
Yeah, we'll get right into the debate, challenge after this, but we might as well use this and lean in,
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah.
President Joe Biden visits Detroit, speaks at NAACP's Fight for Freedom Fund dinner.
Happening tonight actually. I know.
If you ever wanted to know whether the NAACP does anything meaningful, let this be a sign that they do not. Because
you getting that nice little $150 plate, Cobo Hall, that nice little $200 plate. Feel like you're making progress. I'm gonna go down to Cobo Hall on my Sunday's best.
When you're actually fighting for the people and not the government being a mouthpiece for them, they don't want to do nothing with you. So.
Oh, this ain't even an article. Yeah, it's like, okay, these are just photos of who's who of Motown.
Bootlicks and crumb catchers. You gotta butter your biscuit. That's all that is.
Yeah.
So
mess around.
I gotta get one of those. I gotta get one of those boxes set up so we can play audio. Like do audio cues when funny stuff happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so this is our I didn't even realize when I got this article, this is just sort of like a highlight. They put that up quick. So they must have I guess they had this dinner earlier in the day. They had like a lunch. This is like brunch time. It's like what? It's like 7:30 in Detroit right now. So
it's
Uncover truths, man. Let it fly. Let it fly.
I just don't understand how we continue to fall for it, man. Like, this is why I couldn't come to something like this. Like, it'd be cool for us to do like on-the-ground reporting about different things and stuff. And like, I don't understand, man. And that's the thing, like a Biden supporter, like, better than the Trump supporter. Like, and I'm not saying like I care one way or the other, but they always try to act like, oh, Trump supporters are delusional, they're deranged, they're in cult of personality. But like, y'all are no better.
Right. And even like
And,
what
and
you'll find, and interesting is because I've been to events and I've conversed with Trump supporters and organizations, and what you'll find is there's a lot more of nuanced sort of disagreement, even within the MAGA movement, to where like, yeah, we didn't really like Trump when he didn't get rid of Fauci, when he still won't denounce the vaccine, where he didn't speak out against Mike Johnson with the recent bill that went through. So it's like they at least know, like, okay, I can still rock with Trump on A, B, C, and D. I don't agree with him with G through X. There's some discernment there, which I can respect, because there's still a lot of people, Republican and Democrat, and people in my family, whoever, I don't agree with. But it seems like on the Democrat side, they seem, outside of the Palestine issue, it seems that was the only thing. Everything else is just lockstep, get in line. We don't agree or we don't disagree or talk back to Biden and Kamala. We just get in line. And there's no discernment. And that's the thing I've noticed. There's very little, there's like no discernment on the Democrats. It's kind of lockstep, step in line, do as you're told. You got to have these beliefs. That's what I've noticed, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Like at least having some discernment. Seems like the Democrats are more just like, you think this way, you do this way. So it's good to see a little disruption. All right.
yeah, I mean, there are some protesters down there.
Yeah.
But man, bro.
Yeah. All right. Let me see. All right. So I got some spicy. All right. We got to get into. And you could probably read this first one, because now we're getting into the Biden Trump debates. Those of you guys that know, Biden finally recently accepted this past week a debate challenge from Trump. It only took 2 years. Be honest, my initial thoughts is that I think Trump bended the knee way too quickly, and I feel like he's playing kind of right into their game. How it's basically like, you got to come to CNN in Atlanta. It's going to be like a CNN deranged host. It's going to be no live audience. There's a mic mechanism that could shut off anyone that doesn't answer the right way, which already threw me off, because they could spin it all types of ways. Like, oh, Trump didn't answer the question, where really he didn't answer the way they wanted. They heard an answer they didn't like. So this is once again my list of a lot of things. Even though I'm leaning toward voting, I'm likely voting Trump. But at the same time, I have nuance of a growing list of things that Trump continues to get wrong, from picking all the wrong swamp creatures to, like I mentioned, the vaccine, and now the fact that he's just giving in to all these demands in order to debate Biden. So I wanted to kind of just lay that down. But yeah, if Conspiracy Brother, you want to go into this article, we can get into the nitty gritty. Those are just my initial thoughts. But yeah, you can go ahead and read this one, and I'll read the next one. From the New York Post.
Okay. President Biden and his team are shutting the door to additional debates with former Trump, suggesting the 2 scheduled contests already. President Biden rejects additional debates against Trump. President Biden shutting the door to additional debates with former President Trump, suggesting the 2 scheduled contests already agreed to by both sides will be the only matchups of the 2024 presidential election, because they know he's probably going to crash and burn. I'll be doing some editorializing when I read this. I think that's going to be my thing going forward.
Oh, go right ahead.
They know Joe Biden is going to be. Yeah. They know he's going to crash and burn. So they don't. Don't he look like that Jeff Dunham puppet?
The what?
The Jeff Dunham puppet. I'll show you. I'll send
the comedian, the little puppeteer guy. Yeah, the ventriloquist comedian. Yeah. I've seen his stuff.
Yeah. Looks just like him. But man, let me see. Okay. Quote, the debate about debates is over, end quote. Team Biden told NBC News, quote, no more games, end quote. The two scheduled contests include a June 27th event hosted by CNN and a September 10th. What is it? You scroll down a little bit too fast. September 10 showdown with ABC News.
Go Biden with that angry grandpa face, like, you kids get inside here.
It really is just like because he had that facelift, so his skin on his face don't move.
He had his face stretched on top of his other face. All right, here we go.
Trump, long the more eager of the two participants, threw a curveball into the mix when he announced on Truth Social Friday that he had, quote, accepted a fourth presidential debate against crooked Joe Biden, this time with NBC and Telemundo. It is important as Republicans that we win with our great Hispanic community, end quote. NBC News, which missed the boat on the first debate, scrambled to find a way to enter the fray, according to Semaphore, which reported that the network had been in talks with the Biden campaign about a possible third event. Both campaigns have signaled openness to a vice presidential debate in principle, but the details remain unresolved.
All right, conspiracy brother, your thoughts? I got a lot to say, but I'll let you have the floor since it was a short article read.
So Jimmy talked about this on his show. But I mean, I don't know. They're gonna have to have these debates at like 2 a.m. because if they have them late, like they had them in 20. Kurt always says this on Jimmy's show. He says, like, in 2020, I thought Joe Biden was bad then. But if you look at him from then to now, the change in his ability to form sentences is ridiculous. It's drastic. And a lot of people forget, like, Joe Biden didn't campaign in 2020. He just sat in his basement.
Yep.
That's not going to work this time around. So he's flying places and doing stuff, but people are seeing you. You may be going to only, friendly or supportive outlets, but people are seeing you, bro. I expect that Trump will be able to mop the floor with him a lot. Honestly, I think he's got to have some kind of. I mean, I'm just here for the memes, actually, because
for sure, it's gonna be
full of BS, and they're not going to do anything either way. So I'm here for the memes, but
I'm here for the popcorn. I'm gonna be probably on Black Twitter live tweeting. See what's going on. Here's my thing. Once again, I know Trump's gonna mop the floor with him, and like I said, there's a lot of things I don't agree with Trump about, but at the same time, low key, at least short term, as far as like the only thing we're gonna get out of Trump from the Black community is that the common interests that Republicans have that we happen to have at the moment. That's why you get the tide turning with a lot of Black folks, from closing down the border, getting rid of the migrants that have these entitlements, that's taken away from the Black community, to a lot of the sort of the Title IX LGBTQ that's eroding women's rights in the agenda, getting things back with the economy as far as like, we didn't have the record level of high inflation with Trump. He's not going to be able to stop these wars that Biden did. So the wars are either going to escalate or take forever to. The wars are probably going to escalate or even just sort of plateau, if you will. So if he gets back in, he might be able to, get Putin to calm down. But I think Israel will kind of past that. So once again, that's still kind of where I stand with Trump, as far as I think he is the better guy. I mean, once again, but at the same time, like, I feel like they're going to launch every trick out of the book with Biden. I mean, people can tell. People that end up watching the base can tell. I mean, for one, bro, he had a 14-second challenge video. He was like, hey, he's telling me he wants to debate. Hey, are you free on Wednesdays? That was a 14-second video, and you could spot 5 or 6 jump cuts. What competent leader of the free world can't make a clear, concise message in 14 seconds? So you telling me he couldn't say all that in one shot in 14 seconds? There's like 5 or 6 jump cuts if you look through the video. So I feel like, bro, this is still going to be hilarious to watch, and they think they're going to do all this and get away with it. But I think Conspiracy Brother, they're going to have like 30 to 60-second live delays. So kind of like with Saturday Night Live. I think Saturday Night Live has like a 5-second delay. So, they're airing the show 5 seconds after, it's going. There's probably gonna be a 30 to 60-second live delay. Like I mentioned, no live audience. They're gonna pull every trick in the book. And the ones that are dumb enough, like the dim diehards, they're gonna, of course, like, oh yeah, look at him, how sharp he is. But most of the America knows. They're gonna know what's up, and they're gonna see what's going on with Biden on stage. So I'm still shocked that they agreed to it. It just sort of makes me wonder, like, they are gonna pull all types of foolery, little video magic, or just broadcasting foolery in order to almost make Biden seem like he's competent. And they're all gonna be like, as soon as like the very worst in Biden, as long as they could, I don't know. The point I'm trying to make is they'll find any little thing. If he says one sentence right, like, oh, look how sharp he was, or whatever it is. Trump misspeaks, says one thing, they're going to be all over Trump. So I feel like at the end of the day, we're watching, once again, a rematch of another train wreck. Even the first one that had a live audience and Chris Wallace was moderating and they were talking over each other. That was bad. So I don't know it's going to be worse, cutting off their mics or just them talking over each other. I think either one's going to be pretty bad, So I'll read this. I'll read this next article. Then we're going to get into another topic. All right. So Trump attacks Biden and CNN over debates during Minnesota GOP event. During the Friday night speech, Trump also rallied against multiple criminal cases facing him. Donald Trump on Friday night attacked both Joe and CNN over the upcoming debate during the speech in Minnesota, claiming the president isn't physically fit enough to debate him and criticizing one of the network star anchors. That's another thing, too. I think I remember a clip from, I think it was like one of the GOP debates where Vivek mentioned, like, why would you get another establishment CNN, MSNBC host to host these debates? Like while he was on stage, he was like, this should be like Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, and Alex Jones or whatever it is. So you can tell they're just setting up the stage for another trap for Trump and use these establishment fake news anchors, So anyway,
well, yeah, and see the reason they don't want to do, to get waves that will be more engaging, like going online or having Joe Rogan moderate or somebody who is popular of the people, is because they don't want the people to understand that they have a legitimate voice, right? You want to if you can keep having these celebrity newscasters who have gone to the right schools and know the right social graces to do these kinds of things, these people will always be untouchable to you. By these people,
and that's my biggest beef is that Trump they came back with no counter. Like, you're the art of the deal guy, you're the businessman, the real estate guy, and you had no counter argument or counter demands for this debate. It's like he just rolled over and said, okay. So that's what kind of pisses me off. Like, really, bro?
Well, I mean, I have long
controlled
thought
opposition at this point. Like,
yeah, I have long thought that, when Trump was president in 2020, I legitimately thought he didn't want to win, and that he only really accepted being president because he had one, but he had no desire to actually be president. And so now I think he's more concerned with winning to, hold a grudge than he wants to be president still. And and I'm not trying to say that he didn't do anything or attempt to do anything to benefit America or his vision of benefit America, but I'm just saying, like, I still don't think he really wanted to be president. I think he wanted to sell books, you know. And so I think a part of it still, he's just kind of like, when you look at who he populated his cabinet with, you know, he populated his cabinet with
a lot of swamp
all
creatures.
the wrong people. Yeah, all the wrong people.
I saw Loch Ness in there.
Yeah. And so it's like, all right, bro, whatever you say, bro.
Yeah. So, all right. So during a nearly 90-minute speech at the Minnesota GOP's Lincoln Reagan dinner, St. Paul, Trump lashed out against CNN's Jake Tapper, who was set to moderate the June 27 debate, along with Dana Bash, two establishment hacks. Just going to talk over Trump and all that. Claiming that Biden should undergo a drug test beforehand. Trump and Biden are also set to debate on ABC on September 10th. Let's see here. And if he makes it through the debate, they'll say it was the finest debate performance in history. That's true. Trump said another point of speech. Remember that idiot from CNN? Oh, I shouldn't say that. I'm doing a debate with them. They'll be slightly tougher. I had fake Tapper as the stopping himself before he went further. Trump has had a long, contentious relationship with CNN and has often been accused of being biased against them. But Trump later spoke at the town hall on network hosted by Caitlin Collins, where he received cheers from the audience. CNN defended Tapper, saying in a statement that there is no one better equipped to co-moderate the upcoming debate. Trump also has suggested Biden be drug tested before. Trump said before the first debate of 2020, I'm willing to take a drug test. I think he should too. Trump also suggested Biden had used performance-enhancing drugs during the State of the Union address. I think it's true. Telling radio host Hugh Hewitt, and Trump probably took a little too, that I think something's going on there because I watched the State of the Union. He was all jacked up at the beginning. By the end, he was fading fast. Trump in 2016 made the same claims about it against his then opponent, Hillary Clinton. A Biden spokesperson did not respond for a request. During the Friday night speech, Trump also rallied against the multiple criminal cases facing him, though he used less aggressive rhetoric than his last rally last weekend in New Jersey, when he said Biden is surrounded by fascists during a private donor retreat in Florida, and he accused the president of running a Gestapo administration, which I don't disagree with. See here. On Friday night, he repeated his often used line that the judge overseeing his criminal hush money trial in New York, Justice Juan Merchant, is totally conflicted and claimed without proving evidence that he's corrupt. Although Trump is under a gag order that bars him from speaking against the witnesses, jurors, and others in the case, he is not prohibited from publicly criticizing the judge or prosecutors. He also suggested the Biden administration was responsible for criminal cases he's facing in an attempt to prevent him from winning the White House, even though two cases in New York and Georgia were brought by local prosecutors. They weaponized DOJ.
Like, look at even how they wrote that. Should he be barred from criticizing the judge? Like,
no,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's free speech violation, man.
I get why you might say, okay, you can't comment on the jury or witnesses or whatever, but like, no, dog, the judge he got to get these strays.
And you can let Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen can run free and have a podcast trashing him and go on every news outlet and trash Trump as a star witness. And this guy, Michael Cohen, ended up getting like charged with a felony or sentenced with a felony, did jail time, and now they're bringing him back as just some credible, holy star witness when he got nailed for all the corrupt stuff he did. So Michael Cohen is able to just smear a storm, and Trump just got to sit there and not say anything. That's Banana Republic, man. I don't know if that ain't Banana Republic. I don't know what it is. But all right, so they weaponized the DOJ. Trump told the audience that's what their form of cheating is now. During the 90-plus minute speech, Trump touched upon many familiar topics from criticizing Biden's economic policies to legal immigration to railing against electric cars that he often mentions during his rallies. Trump is looking to compete in Minnesota, a traditionally Democrat state that his advisors say is in play. During a recent donor retreat in Palm Beach, Florida, top Trump lieutenants presented polling data showing Trump and Biden running close in the state, which hasn't been won by a Republican presidential candidate since 1972. The campaign has also pointed to Virginia as another Democratic-friendly state it would like to compete in. This is an official expansion of the electoral map. All right. So, any closing comments on this one? I know it could be a headache. We are in an election year, so
Yeah, I think by and large, black voter turnout, at least among males, is going to be a lot lower than it had been. But I think among males and females is going to be lower. And I think overall, there's no enthusiasm for Biden. The fear that people thought, I didn't think there was enough enthusiasm in 2020, and I still, have my reservations about whether that whole thing was on the up and up. But whatever, he is the president now, and I don't think the enthusiasm was there for him, even as much as they try to say, oh, we got to get rid of Trump. We got to get rid of Trump. Like, people have experienced both of these guys. And I think at best, most people consider it a wash. I don't think there's anybody. I don't think there's a majority of regular people who are not paid by the apparatus, the political apparatus in some way, or who are just unintelligent, who sincerely believe Biden is a better alternative to Trump. I don't believe that. I don't see it. I don't feel it. I don't hear it. I don't believe it.
Yep, these are our choices. So. All right, so a quick honorable
Your
mention.
choices are piss and vomit.
There you go. Pick your poison. Pick your poop.
Literally.
All right, so we're gonna run through this real quick. I don't think we even need to read this one, but yeah, I want to just maybe, we call this uncomfy truths. I know we got a few articles coming up. We got Gaza protests coming up. We got a lot still to discuss, but really quick, we're not gonna take long on this. I do want to walk back probably some pro sentiment I gave toward this guy, Coleman Hughes. So I know I'm a little late to the party. I missed him the first time around when he gave that 2019 hearing on, against reparations. However, my statement does still stand. I do think his overall colorblind philosophy is something as a country we can strive toward. That doesn't mean we're there yet. All right. So I think end of the day, we can all strive toward doing things to eventually get out of the sort of, existence we're in now, as far as like, dealing with the different facets of white supremacy, from both sides of the aisle. But, you end up finding out the dude had a music video wearing underwear, pole dancing on a subway, to having songs with like "My Dick Works Fine," and I think there are a lot of people like from rapper Nas to Tariq Nasheed exposed this guy a few years ago. I just missed that. I missed his first surfacing at that time. So when he did come out again, like last year, kind of with this book and this whole movement, like I said, I still think it's nice. It's nice theory to kind of like at least eventually live in a colorblind society. I did like his point about how if you close your eyes, you think about your best friend, or your mother or whoever it is. What's the first thing you think of? Oh, how nice they are. But you don't think about, oh, they're black. So I do think some of the CRT stuff, DI goes a little too far. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that we can just say we're in a colorblind society now. We can strive towards that.
Yeah, but I feel like that, like that whole, even that is like, well, one of the first things I'd say, because I mean, this is commendable that a person that you would come back and
I'm all about I'll call
out. But what I'm saying is, a lot of people don't do that kind of thing. I would do this if I had something that I, So I mean, I just want to commend you so that it can be said that this is, adult of you to do this.
Yeah.
But
He ain't
like,
for us and bias. But yeah, what were you about to say? Yeah.
but like when you look at, how does a guy like him get a platform to write a book,
Right.
to have the book be, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the kind of stuff where these people are placed. Because what has he ever done that deserves to be on Joe Rogan, that he deserves to be on The View? Put me on The View. Put me on Joe Rogan. You got him on there. He wrote a book. I wrote a report.
Yeah.
I wrote essays. You see what I'm saying? What this is, it's a situation that begs the question of who is behind him. Because, like you said, you didn't even know he did this crazy stuff a couple years ago.
Right.
And you're not the only one. But what is the point of this man? Right? When we talk about, a raceless society or colorblind, whatever, I talked about just this stream about how, the objective should be to understand everybody to a person and, the majority and understanding whatever. But what I tried to express, and what you've kind of said too, you still need to address the harms that have been done. Just like when you go, years ago on Black Friday, when they were, we're giving away 50 Wii's, you can get a Wii, and we're giving everybody a raffle ticket. That would be like if they gave what the situation Black people have been in this country is 50 raffle tickets. And it's enough raffle tickets for everybody to have one. And either you don't give everybody the equal amount, or you give everybody equal amount, but then you hold the door closed for like 10 people.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they get inside, all the Wii's are bought up. Reparations is made to correct a harm. It isn't a handout. It isn't a freebie. It's none of that.
It's a
what
hand
it
up.
is intended to be. Right. It's addressing.
Oh, Conspiracy brother? Oh, okay. All right. We lost Conspiracy brother. I am your co-host, Conservative Brother Daily. Just to kind of touch back on the point. Conspiracy brother was on or he left.
All right.
I think he's back. Are you back?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're back.
Hello?
I can hear you.
I can't hear you, but you might be able to hear me. I know.
I can hear you.
Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Let me try something. Because my headphones just. All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
There's always something.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, y'all, Uncomfy Truths. We're
No,
both
I
here,
can't hear
but
you
we
at
can't.
all.
Oh, okay.
I do not know. Give me 1 second.
Hey, yeah, I can hear you. You just can't seem to hear me.
Yeah.
So I guess we can. Why don't we? Yeah, I don't see any interference. So maybe I could just keep you on the phone.
I hear you now.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. All right. We back, y'all. So Conspiracy brother, you're just speaking on.
Yeah. So it's intended to repair a harm. It's not a handout. But you find a lot of people like immigrants who came here in the early 20th century, even the late 19th century, uh, descendants of those people talking about a handout when black people worked for free to build this country. And you could say, oh, black people didn't build this country. You could say whatever you want to. But the fact of the matter is that having a large workforce who you didn't have to pay makes a difference. It makes a significant difference when it comes to being able to manage financial affairs. If you didn't need to have slaves, why did you have them?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, you have people from South America, from the Caribbean, which is, I think, Coleman Hughes people is like, his name is Cruz Hughes, I think. I think he's got people from Puerto Rico or the Dominican Republic. You all are coming over here as a result of efforts through the Civil Rights Act of black people to ensure that foreign blacks could come here. And the others, the whites, the Asians, the, whoever else who have come over here because the United States is exploiting you, or because whatever country you came from was in some turmoil or disarray. And so, when you have this situation where a guy like that will say, oh, I don't support reparations, and then try to use Martin Luther King as some kind of justification.
Right.
You cannot have a colorblind society until
yep.
you have repaired the harms. You just can't do it until you make everybody even and fair. And I'm not saying in a communist kind of everybody's equal and nobody can have more than the other. But when you have locked people out of opportunity so that they couldn't even take advantage of programs that they should have been able to because of their citizenship, right? We've got videos of Dr. King talking about how the United States allowed whites from Europe to come and gave them free land in Oklahoma and Nebraska and Kansas and Missouri, where they just gave these people free land to farm and built them colleges to farm. People who were not citizens, but you didn't do anything for black people. And now, 100 years later, when we say this is a problem that needs to be corrected, you want to tell me I'm looking for a handout. That's not how this works. Now, I can find that Dr. Clean clip if you'd like to play it, but you can't distort the image, the history of Dr. King in order to fit your narrative. He spoke about that even when he I have a dream that one day, but he didn't say it was now. He didn't say it was today. He didn't say it was happening in the moment. It's something that we should be striving to as a nation. And that says nothing about whether we have gotten there or not. And we haven't. Everybody has to have the same opportunity to achieve. Otherwise, you have to believe that black people have some kind of innate deficiency when it comes to achievement. That's the only way that you could explain higher rates of poverty, of deficiency, of a lack in the black community relative to the white community in this country. You'd have to believe that black people are somehow inherently incapable of living a productive and capable, or a productive and capable life in this country. That's what you'd have to believe. And then that means you are a racist. You are a white supremacist. But you cannot lock people out for hundreds of years from opportunity. And we have countless examples of immigrants, even like today, where you have immigrants in New York receiving thousands of dollars in aid from the government of New York, when you have citizens, black and white, who are suffering. It doesn't work. That doesn't work. This dog won't hunt. Right. And so until you have an acknowledgement of the harms done to black people in the establishment and maintenance of this country is never going to have any kind of peace, because black people will always feel a disconnect from what this country does, from this country's fate. You can import all the black people you want to try to like that's I forget his name, Owens, sitting next to Comey. He was, I forget his first name. He played football. He's like a congressman from Utah. He's black from here. I think he's from Georgia. But you can Burgess Owens, but you could have all the black people you want to try that you can parade to try to push this image or this line that America is great and the only limitation to success is your own initiative. But the black people, just like I talked about all that gobbledygook that person wrote about gender, the black people who live every day in the real world, not on theory and not online and not on Fox News and not on a magazine, feel the disconnect in their real lives. So that's,
Ooh, well, I can't, and not much else to say about that. So thanks for kind of bringing that point home. I do want to apologize as well. I did get a few of the articles. I see you added a few articles to our Google Doc towards the bottom. So apologize, Conspiracy Brother. I know we weren't getting your articles.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about trying to get them all today.
Yeah.
We don't really have to worry about trying to get all today because it'll be almost impossible. But I did just put them in case we want to go over them, like, the next show or something. They're there. So that way I don't have to worry about trying to find them later. So,
yeah,
I mean, if
we
you
can
want to
do a few of these, we could do a few of these and probably close out soon, coming up on 2 hours and 30 minutes. So, yeah, we can get into this first one. And then maybe get we can smash a few more before we close out the show.
Okay. Amazon raised warehouse wages to $15 an hour 5 years ago. Today, half of workers surveyed told researchers they struggle to afford food or rent. And Jeff Bezos, I gotta find that. I gotta send you I'll send you the link with it unpaywalled.
Oh, you want to send that to me now or
yeah, I can send it to you now.
All right, put it in the StreamYard chat. I'll pull that up. All right, yeah, gotta love paywalls, y'all. Like you common peasants, stop here. Pay the toll.
Right.
Toll troll. Yeah.
But yeah, Jeff Bezos said he wanted Amazon to replace Walmart years ago. He said that was his goal like 10, 15 years ago. And when he said that, I'm like, man, I hate Walmart. I really hate Walmart, but this dude is bad news too. But in the short term, getting rid of Walmart would be a benefit. Right. And I mean, be damned if he ain't doing what he said he was trying to do. So I posted the link in the private chat. But yeah, I mean, $15 an hour 5 years ago wasn't enough. And it definitely ain't enough now.
I'm pulling it up now. All right.
So let's see. And just zoom in a little bit for me. Uh, 5 years after Amazon Inc. raised wages to $15 an hour, half of the warehouse workers surveyed by researchers say they struggle to afford food or a place to live. The national study published Wednesday by the University of Illinois Chicago's Center for Urban Economic Development asked U.S. employees about their economic well-being, including whether they'd skipped meals, went hungry, or were worried about being able to make rent or mortgage payments. 53% of respondents reported that they'd experienced one or more forms of food insecurity in the prior 3 months, and 48% experienced one or more forms of housing insecurity. Workers who said they took unpaid time off after getting hurt on the job were more likely to report trouble paying their bills, the researchers found. It's not necessary, quote, it's not necessarily that Amazon's an outlier, end quote, said Sanjay Pinto, who co-authored the study with Beth uh, Gutelius Still. Quote, they're certainly not taking the lead in creating family sustaining jobs, end quote. Well, they don't want you to have families, so that's why.
Right.
In an emailed statement, Amazon spokesperson Steve Kelly called the researchers' methodology, quote, deeply flawed, end quote, and said the company had tried to raise its concerns with the study's authors, but never heard back. Quote, it's a survey that ignores best practices for surveying, has limited verification safeguards to confirm respondents are Amazon employees, and doesn't prevent multiple responses from the same person, end quote. Kelly added that Amazon has increased average pay to $20.50 an hour and provides a range of benefits, including healthcare, dental, 401k, and prepaid tuition. And healthcare, 20 is not enough either. Amazon has been criticized for its treatment of employees, especially those who pack and ship boxes in its warehouses. Much of the criticism has focused on injuries that have exceeded the rate of logistics industry peers. Amazon has pledged to make its warehouses safer, in part by automating aspects of the job that require repetitive motions. Pinto and Gutelius examined injuries among Amazon's ranks in a report published in October before turning their focus on workers' economic circumstances. The Seattle-based company is the second largest private sector employer in the U.S. behind Walmart. See? Amazon accounts for about 29% of the U.S. warehousing industry workforce, the researchers estimate. As such, the company plays a leading role in setting pay and working conditions of a sector transformed by e-commerce. The 98-question online survey sought out Amazon employees through social media advertising, targeting warehouses and neighborhoods that host company facilities. The researchers also sprinkled in quality checks to weed out responses from people who appear to be giving inauthentic responses. A total of 1,484 workers in 49 states. Can you zoom in just a little bit? It might be 42 states. Give me one more click. Yeah. In 42 states gave enough information to be included in the results. For the portions dealing with economic security, the sample size varied between 1,306 and 1,472 respondents. The margin of error was plus or minus 2.5 percentage points. The work was funded by the Ford Foundation, Oxfam America, and the pro-labor nonprofit National Employment Law Project. Ford Foundation is great. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Love those guys.
A third of survey respondents reported using government-funded programs, primarily food stamps or Medicaid. And so this is what Walmart does. And so what it amounts to is the average American citizen is supporting Walmart, the billionaire family of Walmart, because their employees, just like with Jeff Bezos and Amazon, their employees have to use government assistance that we fund. So we are essentially giving them a government handout. A third of survey, primarily food stamps or Medicaid, in the last 3 months. That echoes a 2020 analysis by the U.S. Government Accountability Office, which found Amazon was among the biggest employers of people receiving food assistance in 9 states that reported the data. Amazon's median U.S. employee was paid $45,613 in 2023, up from $41,762 the year before. The company said in a filing last month. The company says employees in warehousing and transportation are paid more than $25.50 an hour on average. The survey, which was conducted between April and August 2023, excluded managers and skews a bit lower. Most respondents reported wages from 16 to 20 an hour. Some 65% of workers who come to Amazon earn more than they were making at their previous employer, the survey shows. And the same percentage of workers report receiving a raise while working at the company. Moving up the ranks in Amazon's assembly line like warehouse is a tougher proposition. Just 13% of workers reported receiving a promotion during their time at the company, survey data showed. Respondents who joined Amazon from another company were most likely to have previously worked in food preparation and services, sales, and manufacturing. Quote, the story of Amazon is a sad story of the declining expectation of American workers of their employer, end quote, said study co-author Gutelius, a longtime researcher of logistics and warehouse work. And so, again, I'll let you go first if you want before I give my opinion.
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, man, it's more what the corporations do every day, man. This is unregulated capitalism. This is what a lot of the people on the far left, when they do preach there's some kernels of truth in there. This is what we're seeing now. All the pushback that Starbucks unions get, all the pushback that Amazon unions get, and it's still not enough. Keep raising the minimum wage, but once again, we see it's still not enough. And I know we've heard all the horror stories as far as just the working conditions. I think this whole podcast out on it. How you can't even, Amazon drivers literally have to piss in bottles in order to hit their quota for the day. They can only spend so much time driving, so much time dropping off packages, so much time between routes, and this just once again goes to show, the fascism of it. You got the Ford Foundation, you got all these different corporations, doing what they can to squeeze as much as they can out of these workers and the working class. And yeah, man, it's just mind-boggling, man. It's just mind-boggling, and I wish I had a little more nuance to that. But it's just disturbing when you kind of see the same thing over and over again. There is an importance to the the labor unions. Of course, there's always some corruption from that. But when you're at least building it in the early years of a union, a lot of times it is, once again, what's in the best interest of the worker to get the rights we need. It seems like, power corrupts later on, but I feel like Amazon, once again, they're just going to keep, it's always a profit first business, So I hope that makes sense. I feel like that wasn't as nuanced. I'm not as well versed in kind of the Amazon.
Oh, no, I mean, it does. It makes perfect sense. I think you laid out exactly what I feel like.
It had a very capitalism kind of response.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, but so I was talking to my wife about this. So they just had a union vote at the Mercedes-Benz plant in Alabama, and it failed.
Yeah.
And Mercedes-Benz is a German company. In Germany, unions are legal. If a company wants a union, it is illegal for the government. It's constitutionally protected. If a company wants a union, it is illegal for the government to get involved in any way. Is it illegal for the company to get involved in any way? It's illegal. And so during the build-up to the union vote, Mercedes fired or removed their U.S. division president or whatever and replaced him with somebody else who they claimed was going to be, helping out to try to address the needs and grievances of the employees. And just recently, the German government said they're going to be investigating Mercedes because if they were tampering with this union election, they would face penalties because it is illegal to do that in Germany, and they're a German company. But I thought to myself, And I talked to my wife about this,
Mhm.
because there's a Benz plant in North Carolina. There's a Benz plant in Alabama. There's a Volkswagen plant in Tennessee that just voted for the union. There's a Porsche plant in Atlanta.
Hmm.
And I thought to myself, it was peculiar to me. And I said, when America outsources jobs, when we outsource labor jobs or any jobs, where do we go? And so I'll ask you, where do we go? When we outsource jobs, where do we go? You can either give me the type of countries we go to, or you can name specific countries, whichever you'd like.
What's that?
I said, when America outsources jobs, where do we go? Where do we take them when we outsource jobs? You can either give me
Overseas.
specific countries,
Yeah.
either give me specific countries or specific types of countries that we outsource jobs to.
India, Mexico. Felt like I should know more than those, but
Well, no, I mean that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
India and Mexico
But
definitely come to mind. A few
China,
countries in Europe. China, yeah.
Indonesia, Vietnam, places like that, right? Why? Why do we do that? Well, we do that because they have a lower uh, cost of labor. Even China, right? China's a communist. We hate communism so much that we literally are almost single-handedly responsible for their economic turnaround, right? Everybody touts it. Every economist touts it as the greatest single economic achievement in modern times and maybe even human history. We're responsible for that because we sent all the jobs over there. So we hate communism so much, we've propped up their government and political ideology, right? As a nation. But that's why they do it, because they have a lower cost of labor, and or their dictatorship or something, right? They have shoddier work rules or human rights issues, etc., right?
Right.
And so this is the thing I thought was funny. And where does Europe send their jobs when they outsource? Here.
Hmm.
And they don't even send them. They don't even send them to the north. They send them here to the south.
Hmm.
And so that should be assigned to you. The stuff that they can't do in Europe, the labor violations, the work conditions that they can't do in Japan, because Japan has it in their constitution that they can have unions too. They do that in the plants that they build here. We send our plants to Mexico, and Europe sends their plants here. And this is the conditions that our government has us under. And they'd have you believe you just got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And like I've told people before, and we've talked about on some other shows that I was on, that phrase was meant to illustrate an impossible task. We live in a country where it is now a widely accepted maxim that you should be able to do something that was created to be to illustrate an impossible task. Because how can you lift yourself up from your own bootstraps? It's physically impossible.
And that's
Because you'd have to be able to suspend yourself in the air. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a physical impossibility, but it has become a maxim of hard work and self-determination to lift yourself by your bootstraps.
Yeah.
Our country, I've said this, is a pyramid scheme. It's evil at a level we can't really contemplate. We think it's evil like Mexico, where, I got pulled over, I got to get a police officer $20 and he'll let me go. It's not. Our country is evil like, we'll write a law that's corrupt. The police will pull you over. You give him $50, and then he'll still put you in jail. That's the kind of evil we have. And the fact that we cling to it You know, like even I've been on YouTube, and I'll get in my timeline different conservative pages that I don't necessarily follow, but you know, YouTube tries to do this algorithm thing to try to get you to watch more content. And they'll talk about different things, and I'll say, you know, Ronald Reagan is the reason all this stuff is so bad, and they'll always try to defend Ronald Reagan. If you are more beholden to the idea of Ronald Reagan than the truth, you deserve the country you live in today.
Mm.
If it is more important to you to uphold this idea of past Republican American virtue than it is to live in reality, then you deserve what you are living with today. Uncomfy Truths is the name of this show. And these two words are co-equal: uncomfortability and truth. It's not sometimes uncomfortable and always truthful. It's not always uncomfortable and sometimes truthful. It is uncomfortable and it is true to the best of our ability. We try to present you the information to show you what is going on in the world and at home. And at home, we are being exploited. And when we go back to, you know, talking about reparations, the exploitation happened first to Black people. What they have done to us for 400 years, now they're just expanding it to you. What they have done to South America and Africa for hundreds of years, now they're bringing it back home to do it to the white people.
Destabilizing countries.
Right.
over
And now
the
they're
past
bringing it home.
50, 60 years.
They've perfected it. They've perfected it on all the people you didn't care about, on all the countries that you didn't care about. And if you would rather stick to the idea of whiteness, to the idea that, you know, all this is woke BS and I'm not going to listen to it, do it at your own peril. We can form a coalition of people who want to push back for justice, for freedom for all of us. And I'm not talking about all the, you know, all the extra weird intricacies. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a country where you can work a job full time and afford to live here, where you can work full time, you know, because they always say, oh, you know, it's not with fast food, it's not meant to be a career. Well, everybody who works in there is 25 and older. So who's supposed to work here? If you can't work, if you work a full-time job and you can't afford to live somewhere and have food, your country has failed you. So, you know, a lot to think about. I don't know if you want to end here. I know you might want to have some comments. I'm not trying to cut you off from that, but I'm just,
no.
you know, I'm just
cool.
speaking, you know.
No, for sure.
This
I
is
think
the country we live in.
Yeah.
Giving $80 billion to foreign countries who don't border us, who don't border us for thousands of miles.
Yeah.
And American people are peeing in, like you said, peeing in bottles. Amazon, at their warehouses, they didn't have air conditioning. And so people were passing out. And and instead of adding air conditioners, what they did was they started parking ambulances outside because it was cheaper. You live in a country that is evil in a way that you don't see in the industrialized world. Okay? We're third world evil with first world industry and technology. We're the kind of evil that you read about people being where they wear flip-flops as their main type of shoe and walk around dirt roads carrying machetes and hatchets. We're evil like a place that has child soldiers.
Yeah. Little Weapon, Lupe Fiasco, Little Weapon.
I got to listen to his new CD.
Oh,
but if you'd rather hold on to this idea that America is perfect and unblemished, and that what I'm saying is offensive to you or makes you uncomfortable, you have been watching the wrong show for 25 episodes.
Well said. Well said. There's a couple points I wanted to kind of mention. We do got, first of all, conspiracy brother, how much time you got left? I happen to be free rest of the day, but if you want to say we got 10, 15, 20 minutes, how you
Well,
doing?
I mean, whatever you want to do. I don't have anything to do really for the rest of the night.
Yeah, me neither.
So I mean, however long you feel like rocking. I just didn't know if you wanted to keep going or not because I know
I want to keep going. I feel like I have 2 more topics left, just as a heads up. So the first topic will be we got to get back to the illegal immigration piece. Within that, there's 3 articles, and we can kind of zip through each one, where the federal judge ruled on illegal migrants can carry guns, the squatters epidemic, and then Black Chicago residents trying to recall Mayor Brandon Johnson. So those are 3 related articles within that topic of the migrant crisis. And then I want to end on Gaza with, I know it's a little old, but when Israel said they received 300 Iranian drones, and then you shared a BBC article about U.S. Israel have breached international law. U.S. says Israel breached international law with American weapons in Gaza. So I want to end on the Gaza conflict. But before that, I want to get to the just the legal immigration one. But I will say I do love your point as far as, I happen to have a little bit of a different philosophy as far as like, I don't hate the country, but I hate the government. I think once again, there's a certain level of patriotism we can still have toward America while we can still call out a lot of these, the hypocrisy, a lot of the struggles that we do go through. So the same way, like you mentioned before, how we have a next level type corrupt where you pay the police $20 and they still throw you in jail. Well, guess what? We also live in a corrupt society where, once again, there'll be a conservative protest of the Proud Boys. Then Antifa show up. They'll beat everybody up, pepper spray them, and then Antifa run away when the cops show up. And then the Proud Boys are like, hey, Antifa just did this to us. This is who we are. This is our identification. Then the police arrested the Proud Boys. So I kind of bring that up for maybe the conservatives listening out there that know that, yeah, they come after you too. So we, from both sides, we both are fighting the same American police industrial complex along with the government as a whole. Also, last thing I wanted to bring up, at least on reparations, before we get into the last 2 topics, is once again, while I lean more conservative, like I'm like center right conservative, I believe reparations is something to make Black people whole. But what I don't like with the white liberal agenda is how they once again tease this as a carrot that they may or may not help us on. Once again, Republicans, they're just like, we ain't about that life. So I feel like if we have reparations, if we can keep it from becoming a Lyndon B. Johnson, Southern Democrat, welfare 2.0, what I mean by that is where if we end up getting into a space where we can pay out reparations, where they don't force the father to stay out of the home in order for the mother to qualify. They don't say you have to take this experimental vaccine in order to qualify for it, where these reparations aren't paid out with worthless fiat money that the Fed keeps printing over and over again. There's no go back or any sort of ties to it, where you're not giving these lump sums to people in our community who may not be educated on personal finance, who may not take that money, put in annuity. If there's a way we can pay out the reparations where it's like it could be paid out as part of an annuity as well as a lump sum. We got financial education aspects behind it. We have, the importance of keeping the nuclear family together, not letting the government say you got to keep the father out of the home. If there are safeguards in place with these reparations where we can also address the Black fatherlessness, where we can address the crime in our communities that's once again holding us back, that the Democrats keep using as a catch-22. I'm all for reparations. I just think we need a little bit more nuance with that, but I'm all for it. But we have to start recognizing, whether you're conservative listening, if you're far left, that we have the same common enemy of the deep state, of the elite, that'll lock up a pro-Palestinian protester right next to a Proud Boy. And if we don't at least recognize what our common enemy is, then the reparations or anything isn't going to matter. So I just want to kind of bring that point home. before we
Well,
hop in.
and I would say, I mean, I agree with you, and I think when I think about a reparations model, it involves, you know, a strict process of
Yeah.
distribution and investment and management that would allow for Black people not to be exploited in that way.
Exploit it or destroy ourselves. It can be
Right.
done.
Well,
It just
yeah.
has to be done
Well,
right.
and I still think that, I
Has to
mean,
be done
I
right.
still think that's a level of exploitation. Even if, I mean, it would be no different than like if you gave you know, like a toddler a gun or something. Something could happen. Something may not happen, but something could happen. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so,
In moderation. There's a fine line, you know. Yeah.
right. And so what I look at is integral to a meaningful reparations program
Yeah.
is going to be financial management courses
Yep.
and tools in order to help sustain that money so that it is actually a benefit long term and not just a temporary state of being until it is transferred to other rich corporations and organizations and people.
Yeah, it doesn't just become a Chappelle show sketch where
Right.
you're blowing it and we just inflating the community. The next thing you know, we right back where we started. You know, just like how every lottery winner, you see the horror stories about lottery winners. If we see a lot of that happening, what would not make that any different if it's not done the right way, if it's not managed? So I just want to kind of bring that up. I feel like there's never really that nuance there where I'm pro reparations, but we gotta have a little bit of, you know, safeguard. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I think we're speaking the same language, bro. Anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah. So I want to say I'm not necessarily saying that I'm anti-America, right?
Right.
If it does sound that way, that is not my sentiment necessarily. What I'm saying is that there is within, you know, the Black community a feeling like Du Bois talks about it a lot, the two-ness of being, you know, Black, and it's like double. He called it the double consciousness, you know, being Black and American. And so, you do have you have an otherness here. And the inability for this country or the people here to acknowledge the fact of our history in this country and our connection to it. It may not increase the divide, but it forces a wedge there that makes it so that the gap can never close. And so long as the issue is never corrected,
Right.
you know, it's just like if you have a broken bone and you set the bone incorrectly, it'll heal, but it'll heal wrong. And every time you move, it'll hurt. You know, and this is kind of the situation we're under, where you have set the bone incorrectly, and you've told us to just go along. And us, I mean the country.
Yeah.
And so the country now has a gimp leg, and until we decide to break the bone again and to reset it properly and give it time to adequately heal, that is going to be what happens to us. We'll have this gimp leg for the rest of our existence, however long that may be. But that was it.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Great point. Great point. All right. So we got 2 topics left, y'all. Comfy Truths. Once again, this is episode 25, a little bit of a milestone. So yeah, you know, we're gonna go a little longer today, chopping it up. So we got 2 topics left. Migrant crisis. We have three articles. This one's a short read. We're gonna get through that, and then we'll finally end on Israel, Gaza, the escalating protests on campus, all that good stuff. So this was a little bit older, but we didn't get around to this. Illinois judge ruling illegal migrants firearm possession rights controversial. Illinois U.S. District Judge Sharon Johnson Coleman ruled that prohibiting illegal immigrants from possessing firearms is a violation of the Second Amendment. The ruling issued on March 8th relates to the United States versus Heriberto Carbalage Flores, where Flores was arrested in 2020 after violating federal law that prohibits undocumented migrants from possessing guns. According to the Illinois State Police firearm Service Bureau website in the state of Illinois, non-residents are eligible to have a FOID card. Illinois Representative Dan Calkins, Republican from Decatur, reacted to this ruling. It says something about the state of Illinois and their willingness to prosecute people who don't have concealed carry licenses or FOID cards. They essentially said, we're not going to enforce the law, so why would anyone obey the law, said Calkins. Representative Calkins explained the Flores case was looked at as an applied lawsuit, meaning that the ruling is only for this one individual. Calkins added that the raises concern similar cases in the future. Okay, that's good to know, but that could set a precedent. After speaking with Representative Calkins, we reached out to lawmakers across the aisle. Judge Coleman and the Illinois State Police had not heard back. So from what I recall, this is probably one of the most, like the first articles when the ruling first came out. I remember we talked about this in the group chat. There was an individual that was, was pretty pro 2A guy, but at the same time, he just couldn't help but just defend like illegals have rights. Like as soon as they're here, I'm not about open borders, but as soon as they're here, I think they get any rights they want, So we had I had a little bit of trouble understanding that. And I think he shared a video from Maj Toure of Black Guns Matter. And it was a very more nuanced discussion as far as, once again, this undocumented person, I think he lived in the U.S. since 2020. There was a lot of crime going on, summer 2020 riots. He doesn't have any violent criminal history, really no sort of criminal history at all. He's kind of working hard, doing things the right way, trying to earn citizenship eventually. So that provided a little more context. Once again, I'm not for open borders. I'm not for this continued influx of just migrants just coming through here. But at the same time, I think in this case, if this ruling is separate by itself, while it does set a precedent, I'm overall okay with the ruling based on this individual and his merit as far as him being able to arm himself. Like I said, this may open the door to more of this, but I think there's a fine line between a guy who came in here undocumented a few years ago versus anyone who just came across the border yesterday. They can just grab a gun and we don't know anything about them. You still have to go through the background check. You got to still fill out the paperwork. So a lot of people who are going to own, the legals that are going to own guns anyway, they're going to get the guns anyway. They're not going to go through the process anyway. Same way as a mass shooter wouldn't, So that's kind of my thoughts on it. Conspiracy Brother, if you wanted to touch on this, or if you had anything to say, or we could move on to the next squad.
Yeah, see, I take this two ways, right? Because if I go to a foreign country, I should be able to legally participate. Well, that's the expectation. Like I can legally do what they're doing, right? So, like in theory, a person who's a visitor to this country should be able to carry a gun if we carry guns. That's whatever the state, local laws are concerning that individual. My only confusion is that if you illegally enter the country, which used to be a criminal situation, and I think they're trying to make it
still
civil
is,
now.
it's just not enforced.
Well, right. Does that make everything you do a criminal act? You see what I'm saying? That's my only issue.
Yeah, I was a lot more lenient on this issue now than initially when this news came out. But you prove a good point there on how there's kind of this unspoken, unofficial amnesty that we're kind of given to people that come over here. Oh, they're undocumented. No, they're criminal alien, illegal. But it seems like you said, that's a good point. Since you weren't supposed to be over here in the first place, it's technically everything you do a crime. That's a good point. And I'm not going to argue that. That's fair.
So that's my only concern with the issue. It's another example of allowing migrants, immigrants, whatever you want to call it, illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, illegals, whatever, the opportunity to engage and enjoy in behaviors and opportunities that American citizens don't have.
Meanwhile, an American-born felon, if he ends up, whether he's framed or not, or he just serves his time, he gets out of jail, he can never buy a gun.
Right.
He's reformed, rehabilitated.
Now,
So,
they have put some limitations. They have
yeah.
revised that because they said that in certain instances, now having a felony does not preclude you from being able to own a firearm, because back during the time the Constitution was written, most things that you would get charged a felony for would have
Mhm.
resulted in like the death penalty. And
Okay.
so there was never, an idea that you could do something that would render your right to bear arms void and
Mhm.
simultaneously keep your life at that time. And so they've made some revisions to that. But I mean, yeah, it's a weird revision of the law or the application of law to do it this way, I think.
I agree. I agree. Like I said, I mean, the article did say this ruling is limited to this individual, but we all know once it comes through one case, it can kind of set precedent. It can get reference in future cases. So, like I said, I was very against. I've been a little more leaning against it, but yeah, definitely in the beginning until I watched that Maj Toure video, I was very livid. But yeah, it's still a nuanced situation. We got to watch. We got to watch as far as them setting up new precedents. All right. So with that, continuing with our migrant migrant crisis topic, Squatter Hunter reveals the most brazen cases he's seen in the tactics drifters are using to take over homes. So Flash Shelton, squatter hunter, revealed the craziest case he's observed. Shelton warned that squatters are now using Airbnb to infiltrate people's homes. The squatter hunter said Airbnb needs to take responsibility and vet users. Flash Shelton, known professionally as a squatter hunter, I think I saw one of his videos on YouTube, revealed the most brazen cases he's encountered in his storied career as a squatter remover. And I do want to also shout out. There was this Venezuelan uh, illegal who was literally like a TikTok influencer, telling people like, "Oh, so cocky and smug, like how you can enter people's homes." So a lot of the bleeding heart liberals out there who are still all open borders and they don't think this is happening, it's happening. You can kind of look that up. So this squatter hunter, he's just fulfilling a market need now. Like he's in a really good market right now of what's going on. And this is a result of this Biden open border policy. So, this guy's just doing what a service that people need now. So as squatters continue to hijack homes and buildings across the United States, some are growing so emboldened they even rent out the captive houses on short-term rental platforms like Airbnb, hired by embattled owners to try and flush legal residents from their properties. Shelton has come across squatters who use Airbnb first to access the house and then rent it out. I'm seeing squatters. Yep, this is the guy. I'm seeing squatters taking over the homes on Airbnb a lot. He said in a recent interview. Matter of fact, he continued, I even see people get into the property and then try to make money by Airbnb-ing it out. The nerve. All right, Flash Shelton, known professionally as a squatter hunter, warned that Airbnb hosts can fall prey to devious squatters. And once again, I believe a lot of these squatters, I'm not trying to like fear monger and say these are all legal migrants. There's a lot of just regular Americans, a lot of just, a lot of people since COVID, not even legal migrants who are doing a lot of this squatting. Shelton, whose day job is as a handyman in California, said the squatters' MO involves creating new profiles with services such as Airbnb and renting out a property for a certain period of time based on a daily fee. Once they have rented the properties, though, the squatters make their move. They insinuate themselves and relist the homes as if they were legitimate owners. There was one squatter recently in Seattle that was doing that. Shelton said in an interview with the New York Post. There's one in Woodland Hills. I know where that's at, California. He continued before noting that there's a further example of an Airbnb-related incident in Brentwood. In a statement, Airbnb defended its reputation, dismissing issues of squatters is very rare. So they're taking cover, a little corporate answer. We strongly encourage for users to Only book and pay for on Airbnb when we have measures in place to support our community, including identity verification of booking guests and 24/7 customer support, company told the Post. But according to Shelton, Willie squatters often convince unsuspecting homeowners to conduct business outside of the app. The squatter hunter explained that squatters will book accommodations through the application for a week. Then they contact the own homeowners and provide them with some invented reason for why they need to stay at the property for a few more days. According to Shelton, the squatters offer excuses why, like, I don't have a place to go, or I need a couple more days, or we were leaving, but my car broke down and we can't leave yet. I just need a couple more days to get my car fixed. Sympathetic homeowners often agree to let the guests remain in their house, but if the homeowner agrees to an extension outside of the app, Shelton says Airbnb is no longer on the hook and is released from his contract with the two parties. It's good to know. So Airbnb walks away. And once again, Conspiracy Brothers, if you want to comment on anything as we're going through the article, feel free. So Airbnb walks away, wipes their hands clean, and is no longer their problem, Shelton said. And soon after the guests has ensconced themselves, never seen that word before, in the Airbnb property, squatters' rights are activated. Now that homeowner has a squatter, Shelton observed. Squatters' rights activated. What cartoon was that? Was that Captain Planet? Like Power Rangers
No,
activated.
squatters activated.
Sorry.
No, because it was
What cartoon was that?
Captain Squatters active. I don't know.
All powers. Squatter. Yeah, that's a Saturday morning cartoon line. I swear. Like squatters' rights activated. Yeah. The squatter hunter believes that Airbnb and services like it should take more initiative and shoulder more responsibility. I believe Airbnb should take more responsibility for a screening process, Shelton said. He continued, I think Airbnb should vet the customers more because our homeowners are assuming these people are trusted because they're getting them from Airbnb. But Shelton deals with all types of squatters, not just those who infiltrate homes using Airbnb. Gotta watch out for Craigslist too, y'all. In order to drive illegal tenants out the home, Shelton often goes undercover and masquerades as a fellow squatter. Then Shelton installs cameras throughout the property, tells the squatters that they are on a reality show in hopes it will scare them off. His most favored method is the lockout. This involves getting the landlord to draw up a lease, making him the tenant, allowing him to enter the property legally. Shelton then stakes out the home for several days, learning the habits of the squatter through surveillance and interviews with neighbors. That's brilliant. When their guard is down, or if they have temporarily left the property, he takes his chance, hurrying inside and changing the locks. He says this works in around 90% of the cases. I'm screenshotting that. That's brilliant. But sometimes the squatter never gives an inch. They get their supplies through online deliveries or work in a group so that someone is always on duty. In these scenarios, Flash goes toe-to-toe with his targets. He becomes their housemate, roommate, worst nightmare, and starts to out-squat the squatters. I love this guy. He or his team begin telling the police of their plan in anticipation of a potentially hostile confrontation. Flash then researches everything he can about his targets, from names, ages, criminal histories. Armed with their identities, he enters the home and installs Ring cameras throughout the property, record their every action with the squatter. After a day or two, he has usually spooked them sufficiently to force them out. Oh, we got old home girl right here. Sister girl. All right. Cherie Bailey is accused of being one of the squatters who invaded the vacant Atlanta area rental home with a man caring for his sick wife. She tilts her head and squints down at the sights of a gun in a photo on her Instagram. I don't know why they put that up. Yeah, all right. We ain't got to read all this, but Conspiracy Brother, your thoughts? A lot.
Well, I remember, man.
Yeah.
I looked up squatters' rights and stuff before to try to understand where they come from, because it's kind of a weird thing, right? Like,
Right.
you know,
that you can just live in a place long enough and then they got to let you stay there. But I can't, it's been so long that I can't remember everything about it.
Mhm.
But like, I'm thinking today, I was at work either today or yesterday, and I was like, man, you can own your home and then not pay taxes on it, and then they'll take your home. And so it's weird that you have protection for squatters, but like I could be a legit homeowner and just not pay my taxes, and you would just take my home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, Detroit had an issue with squatters some years ago, and I mean, so
It's nothing like this. This is a whole different level.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
Airbnb.
yeah. And so,
Yeah.
man, it's
It
it's
is.
something, bro.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, because once again, like I said, most of these squatters are not even like illegal migrants. I know I kind of harp on that a lot. A lot of them are just kind of regular folks down on their luck, or just people that looking to take advantage of an opportunity. But whether it's that Venezuelan migrant who's like a TikTok influencer telling people how to do it, or there's other people like regular Americans who have Facebook groups telling people how to do it, we're more and more drifting towards this. Like, it's kind of like, I'd say maybe a soft push, because I don't think Democrats are actively trying to egg it on, but through the fact that a lot of these pro squatting eviction moratoriums since COVID and like these pro squatter right states, a lot of them are under Democrat rule. So it's kind of the same sort of creepy seeping in. You will own nothing and be happy. And some of the things of communism I don't rock with is the private abolition of property. So a lot of people flat out say it. A lot of people are on hard times. A lot of them have no choice, but a lot of people are flat out like, I will take your property. I don't give a fuck. So I think there's an aspect there we have to keep in mind of the people that are out there who will do that. And then a lot of these Democrat politicians who push through this pro squatter legislation. So that's just something we got to keep an eye on, especially live in a blue state, on how tough are they really on squatters? What are the landlord's rights and what are they doing to keep that balance? And I get it. Years ago, it was like, pre-COVID, and even way before that, there were a lot of BS landlords who took advantage of price hikes and did all types of stuff with tenants. I'm not going to deny it, act like there's never a shitty landlord. There's a lot of landlords that have done a lot of dirty stuff, and a lot of those pro squatter right or tenant right legislation is valid. But now in this sort of growing, you will own nothing, be happy. We want to take people's stuff. The pendulum is swing too far the other way. So I kind of bring this up as a cautionary tale on, like, not only is this stuff just happening, it's not all by happenstance, but there's a lot of people or a lot of forces that that are silently kind of just letting this sort of push, a little bit push. So, all right, we're gonna. This is the second to the last. This is the end of the second to the last topic. We got Gaza, and Israel. We're gonna wrap up with that. But really quick, conspiracy brother, you want to maybe read the first section of this article, and then we can kind of just dive in. You got to read the
Okay.
whole thing. It's from the Daily Mail. So.
Black Chicagoans slam Mayor Johnson for quote replacing them end quote with migrants, demanding quote reparations end quote, carve out on $6,000 a year property taxes that whites, Asians, and Hispanics would still have to pay. And see, I don't like a lot of this stuff either. These kind of things, this is not reparations. A housing program is not reparations.
Yeah.
No matter how predatory the housing market and situation was in Chicago, a housing program is not reparations.
But we can't even get this. This is what we're asking for. We can't even get it. Yeah.
Right.
So
Chicago activists
are bashing Mayor Brandon Johnson for trying to replace blacks with migrants and demanding an exemption from the $6,000 per year property taxes that other groups would still have to pay. Howard Ray, a Chicago reparations activist, this week revived his Reconstruction Era Reparations Act Now campaign for
What?
African Americans.
Oh.
Other black Chicagoans have taken to social media to slam Mayor Johnson over $9,000 payouts to migrants to cover their rent and help furnish their apartments, saying it is pricing them out of long-standing black neighborhoods. The U.S. has seen an influx of asylum seekers across the southern border in recent months, many heading to Chicago, straining social services in hundreds camp out in police stations and O'Hare Airport.
Now, there's a lot we can unpack right here, unless you want to read the rest of the article, or we can just kind of chop it up right now on this. Oh, conspiracy brother? Uh-oh. All right, we lost you again. All right. All right, well, while Conspiracy Brothers coming back, like I said, yeah, they're using I'll keep reading it. They're using our taxes to demise our communities, Ray told Chicago Morning's Answer. They're using our taxes to support and advocate for the legal immigrants. And in the meantime, we're getting pushed out. Ray launched his campaign last year saying black Chicagoans face much higher rates of evictions than others, and then letting them off property taxes will be a fair payback for the legacy of slavery. I don't know if we need more than that. Property taxes on a single family home in Chicago and its suburb average between $2,500 to $7,500 a year. According to the web property website Virtuance, taxes have jumped in recent years, straining budgets in poor households. We're losing a lot of the black culture in Chicago, added Ray, a former candidate for alderman. A lot of the blacks are moving out of Chicago because of crime and taxes, moving to red states, then the southern states. By not paying property taxes, blacks will be saved. So I kind of agree with Conspiracy Brother on how just using a little property taxes stipend as a substitute for reparations is a pretty big slap in the face. But starting to vote red, that's a start. Tax relief for blacks would be payback for the injustices of slavery, Jim Crow, oh my God, racial lynchings, redlining, to redistrict black home ownership and the mass incarceration of blacks of offenses. Tax relief? I'm sorry. So tax relief alone would be payback for all this? Get out of here, bro. Once again, let's quit paying the migrants. But bro, wow. Our Chicago residents have held meetings against Mayor Johnson's migrant policy, including this event last year against his plans to turn Park District Fieldhouse into a shelter for migrants. Arriving migrants were forced to sleep in Chicago police station earlier on in the crisis. All right, y'all see what Conspiracy Brother is. All right, we're trying to preserve. We're trying to preserve the blacks to stay here in Chicago. We don't want our people to leave this city. We built this city. Black Chicago residents aired similar concerns about Mayor Johnson's support for asylum seekers with shelters and $9,000 payouts, saying it was the expense of African Americans who helped elect him last year. I don't understand how they can give these immigrants thousands of dollars in the state of Illinois, but look what they're doing to our own people. said a Chicago woman in a video that's been viewed 59,000 times. She described seeing Latinos arriving in her neighborhood with 12-foot box truck, using government welfare checks to buy up everything and effectively price Black residents out of the neighborhood. The fact that they are here and our government is giving more to them than the people who were born here is really starting to piss me off, said the woman in the video, which Daily Mail could not have independently verified. Mayor Brandon, we are coming for you. The office did not answer the Daily Mail's request for comment. Number of asylum seekers in city shelters appears to be falling after peaking at 15,000 in December when officials warned they had reached capacity. Johnson at the time joined the mayors of New York and Denver, which are also inundated with migrants, to call for the crisis to be declared a federal emergency, freeing up funds to bail out the struggling cities. In recent days, Johnson, a Democrat, has walked back and rejected more than $300 million in extra funding for the migrant surge. An Echelon Insight survey in January found that 69% of Chicagoans disapprove of mayor's handling of the migrant crisis. Only 23% approve of the mayor's performance. 8% were not sure. The surge of migrants has been a headache for Democrat-run northern cities and the administration of President Joe Biden, as it is front of mind for millions of voters and could swing the outcome of November's presidential election. Arrests for illegal border crossings from Mexico reached an all-time high since December. In December, since monthly numbers have been released, authorities said last month, exposing a growing vulnerability for Biden in his campaign for a second term. The Border Patrol tallied 249,785 arrests on the Mexican border in December, up to 31% from 191,112. In November, up to 13% from 222,000 in December 2022, the previous all-time high. Arrests fell more than half in early January, in line with historic migrant trends. So, guys, Daily Mail pretty much never disappoints. This kind of says it all, and this is what's really sad, is that this is something that, y'all gonna hate me for saying this, but Candace Owens said this 5 years ago at Diddy's Revolt Summit, and she got booed out the room. So, like I said, I don't agree with everything Candace says, but she was right about this. And what we continue to see is, once again, that migrant crisis down at the border, Texas, not going to affect us. Oh, that COVID over there in China, not going to affect us. So we have this continuing passive cognitive dissonance of stuff. We can't see 5 feet ahead. We can't connect the dots. We'll just keep voting Democrat. So a lot of these people, once again, I don't even suggest going and voting straight red. You don't want to just lean from one party to the next. There's a lot of BS Republicans out there as well, a lot of rhinos. So just voting straight Republican from now on, Black Chicago residents, that's not the answer either. You just have to be a lot more nuanced and recognize the writing on the wall. Like, we were saying this back when Lori Lightfoot was still in office, and when Mayor Johnson got elected, we were sitting back like, yep, this guy's even worse than Lori. He's more progressive than Lori. And nobody listened. And it's like, this is what we could have go to our Uncomfy Truths or Jimmy Dore a year and a half ago. We were saying this shit. So the fact that, y'all didn't listen, this is where we are. So that's the sad part. So that's all I got to say on that. I could say plenty more. We're going to go over to the last topic. We're going to get into Israel and Gaza. Once again, you guys are watching Uncomfy Truths. Thanks for still tuning in for those that are. Once again, we're a small but mighty audience, and we're here to deliver the truth. Damn the consequences. So I'm not worried about 100 people, 1,000 people, million people watching. We're just here to deliver the truth as we see fit. So I'm just going to go pull up this article from CNBC. Obviously, this is older, but this is going to get us into, once again, the Israel-Gaza protests. We covered that heavily, the campus protests, but now it's back. So if I can get this article to load. we can get things going. All right, so this is from CNBC. Uh, Israel says 300 Iranian drones and missiles downed in unprecedented attack. This is from CNBC. Hold on a second. All right. So this is from Ruxandra Iordash. CNBC.
Hey, I'm using my phone right now. I'm using my phone right now. My Wi-Fi went out, but I should be able to
Oh,
get back on the computer. I had to reset my Wi-Fi, so I'm still here, but
oh, perfect, perfect.
gotta,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, all good. The live stream's still going, so this might just be a long one because I think you got to turn it off once you get back on your computer, right?
No, luckily, it operates like independently of as long as I start the stream, it stays on. So that's kind of the
Okay,
good thing. Is yeah. So you're still here. The stream is still going. So that's good. So I'm about to go back to my laptop and
okay. You need a minute, or I'm just getting into
nope,
this last
nope,
topic.
nope. I'm
Okay,
good.
cool.
But it's
So I want to start on this one. We didn't get a chance to cover this like since last month, but obviously this is pretty old news. But this will lead us right into the Gaza topic we're going to end on. Israel says 300 Iranian drones and missiles down in unprecedented attack. So we can kind of decipher what's BS, what's real. Israel said it identified 300 threats of various types and eliminated 99% of those bound for Israel's soil, according to an update from Israel Defense Forces, the IDF. Spokesperson Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari. Iran's chief of staff of the armed forces, Major General. Oh, yeah, we got to cover that right after this. Let's actually just cover these key points. And then we can cover, I think, the Iran president's, you said his helicopter just crashed, right?
yeah,
Yeah, all right. So, all right, the U.S. President Joe Biden has denounced the Iranian strike on Saturday as unprecedented and asked to convene G7 leaders to coordinate a united diplomatic response to Iran's brazen attack, according to the White House. So, conspiracy brother, I get it's been over a month now. So, why don't you give us a quick breakdown on if this was debunked or if this was just more IDF propaganda, and then I'll pull up that Iran president helicopter crash. Do you want to give us any insight on that drone story? What you remember? Are you there? Conspiracy brother?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Well, yeah. So I have
Ooh.
the
Hello,
I
hello,
I have
hello.
the Iran president helicopter crash pulled up. But anything you wanted to add on this, as far as was this debunked? I know it's old news, but was this just more idea propaganda, or what was the deal with this?
See, I can't really remember because I know they do have a lot of drones,
Mm-hmm.
um, and missiles.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, this is the thing. Like Scott Ritter talked about this a lot. He said
Mm-hmm.
all over the mountains in the Middle East, Iran has drones and missiles and stuff. They don't have nuclear weapons, but he was saying they could overwhelm Israel's air defense system with their conventional missiles and drones. And so this appears to be exactly what is happening. I don't know if they were all downed. I think that is propaganda. If you want me to read it, I will, but I
No, I
don't
don't think
think that
we
they
could
were
just
all
kind of.
down.
I kind of read the key points. So this is a little older news. We could just whatever your thoughts were on this.
Yeah, all that 99%, that's all propaganda because they have to give the perception that they're more proficient at what they're doing than they are. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you give them billions of dollars for the Iron Dome every year, and then you find out that Iran can just overwhelm you with conventional weapons and drones. You know, how does that make you look? How does that make the American taxpayer feel? Even if the money is all being created out of thin air, we still are, you know, theoretically on the hook for it. At least that's how we feel, you know. So, I mean, we talked about it when not Rocket Science Brother was on, when he was talking about how, you know, he didn't. I was just telling you, like, Iran has a lot of really smart scientists, and so I don't know if there'll be the pushover that, you know, we always get the idea that they are. And so, you know, with that being said, I find it very Ukraine is having a hard time. It was another article. I don't know if I posted it because it was about Ukraine and we had so much stuff already. But they're saying like Russia is using like jammers to jam the weapons, and you know, this is giving the U.S. a good bird's eye view on how their weapons would handle in a real war-like situation. So I mean, like, a lot of our weapons are only good because the enemies that we were supposedly fighting were inferior. You know, they're not really good on their own. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, when you've just been fighting rebels in Iraq, Afghanistan for the last 20 years, yeah, it seems like, man, I got these weapons, they're fantastic. But then when you actually meet a peer military combatant, all that's out the window. So,
Yeah, good point. Good segue, actually. So this is the article. We're still on the topic. This is our last topic: Gaza, Israel. So did you want to read part of this article?
sure.
Yeah.
U.S. says Israel may have breached international law with American weapons in Gaza. This is a complete, you know, smokescreen because they know they have, but it's like trying to build a plausible deniability.
Yeah,
What we've
it's
seen
the
in the
BBC too.
mainstream.
So BBC is like the New York Times of the UK. So
Right.
that's
I mean, they're pro government funded media apparatus.
right.
But like, what they want you to believe is that they're trying to hold Netanyahu accountable for how this genocide is playing out. And so, like, what this article is going to go through is looking at, you know, now America's trying to say, well, they may have used weapons incorrectly. And so they're trying to heap all this blame on Netanyahu, and hopefully they can get him to resign so that way they can save face before the election is for the U.S. president. But I mean, anybody with eyes can see. The U.S. says Israel may have used American supplied weapons in breach of international humanitarian law in some instances during the war in Gaza. Now, this I think this article posted on the 10th, so it was a week and 2 days ago. And this was before the U.S. Lifted the suspension of supplying weapons, because you remember they suspended weapons shipments to Gaza, to Israel for a while, trying to say, you know, they was trying to put pressure Netanyahu. So this is before they stopped suspending them. It is, quote, reasonable to assess, end quote, that those arms have been used in ways, quote, inconsistent, end quote, with Israel's obligation, says the State Department. But it added that the U.S. did not have complete information in its assessment and that shipments could continue. So there you go. The report was submitted to Congress on Friday after a delay. The White House ordered review looked into how the country, along with 6 others engaged in conflict, has used U.S. supplied arms since the start of last year. While the report was a clear rebuke of some Israeli operations in Gaza, it stopped short of definitively saying that the Israeli Defense Forces campaign had breached international law. Israel has had to confront a, quote, extraordinary military challenge, end quote, fighting Hamas in Gaza, it said. And it added that assurances it had received from Israel about adhering to the legal use of U.S. weapons were, quote, credible and reliable, end quote. The document also noted that because Hamas, quote, uses civilian infrastructure for military purposes and civilians as human shields, their favorite phrase, end quote, it was often, well, I guess I should have said, end quote, their favorite phrase, because I'm attributing that my own interjection into that. It was, quote, often, quote, difficult to determine facts on the ground in an active war zone, end quote, of what are legitimate targets. But it said that given Israel's significant reliance on US made weapons, they had probably been used, quote, in instances inconsistent with its IHL, international humanitarian law obligations, or with establishing best practices for mitigating civilian harm, end quote. It added that, quote, Israel has the knowledge, experience, and tools to implement best practices for mitigating civilian harm in its military operations, end quote, but that, quote, results on the ground, including high levels of civilian casualties, raise substantial questions as to whether the IDF is using them effectively in all cases, end quote. The report said the UN and humanitarian organizations had described Israeli efforts to mitigate civilian harm as, quote, inconsistent, ineffective, and inadequate, end quote. The State Department found that Israel did not fully cooperate with U.S. efforts to, quote, maximize, end quote, humanitarian aid in Gaza in the initial months of the conflict, it said. However, that this situation has changed. Quote, we do not currently assess that the Israeli government is prohibiting or otherwise restricting the transport or delivery of U.S. humanitarian assistance, end quote, the report said. One of the contributors to the report, David Satterfield, a former U.S. ambassador to Turkey, told the BBC that the report was the first of its kind and that the U.S. would continue to keep Israel's actions, quote, under review. This is a weird way to talk about somebody that you're pretty much single-handedly responsible with existing. You know, they talk about Israel like they're a co-equal global force. And we are the reason Israel's government exists. And I mean today. I don't mean like in the past. I mean, we fund them. They don't produce enough to support all the things that their government does. All the things that our government won't provide for us, they are ensuring that is had in Ukraine and Israel. Quote, this is a conflict quite unlike, let's see. The report was finally released days after U.S. President Joe Biden publicly threatened to withhold certain bombs and artillery shells from Israel if it went ahead with an assault on Rafah, the last stronghold of Hamas in Gaza, that is packed with more than 1 million Palestinians. Shortly before the report's publication, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu dismissed President Biden's warnings that the operation in Rafah would cross a, quote, red line, end quote, and vowed that Israel would, quote, stand alone, end quote, if necessary. Again, how do you let somebody talk to you like this when you're single-handedly responsible for their country existing? Do you have any thoughts? Do you have any opinions?
It's just the level of kind of just cognitive dissonance of just sort of, and I think this video you shared about this before, just the long ties of the U.S., their ties to Israel, the bowing down, the Netanyahu regime, and the fact that at this point, why would we even be surprised Netanyahu's like, Biden, get the fuck out of here. You know?
I got this video of what's his name?
This ain't World War III. I don't know what it is, man. Come on.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, especially if that
they just don't want to call it that. Because no president wants to be in office and World War III started under you. I don't even recall. I don't know if there's something we could look up where if World War II, were they calling it World War II as it was happening? or was there too much stigma, or like, oh well, no, we don't want to ruffle the feathers, or that ain't a good look overall. But I feel like looking back, World War III either started when Putin invaded Ukraine or October 7th. Somewhere in between there, I think it actually started. But to keep optics and be like, well, Trump's not in office, it'd be World War III all over the news channels if Trump was in office. But once again, kind of like how they're saying, no, we're not really in a recession. Change the definition. We're already in World War III, but Biden's in office, so the media don't want to admit that. Low key, you know.
Well, see, I would even say that we probably got into World War III territory when the U.S. made all these false claims about Russia interfering with our government. You know, I would say that probably was just as.
Well, yeah, the Russia Gate was kind of the gateway.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
literally Russia gateway. I think that was the gateway in the finessing World War III. Oh yeah,
because you had literally, you have literally said that, you know, there, you have literally said that they were interfering in our elections. That's, you know, if somebody was doing that to the U.S., that would be a provocation.
Yeah.
You know, I got a video of Chuck Schumer from C-SPAN speaking in Hebrew.
Did you want to touch on the rest of this article?
Yeah,
you want to read
I will.
Okay. All right, cool.
I will, but I want to share this with you just because we're talking about Israel right now. You can pull this video up if you want.
The private chat.
Yeah. Well, I put it in the StreamYard. I mean, I put it in the
StreamYard chat. Yeah.
I put it in the group me, but I'll copy it from there because it was on my phone.
All right.
But I saved it. Let's see. Oh wait, where is it? I don't have my. Wow. So our chat in group me, I posted this link to it and now I don't see it in my on my laptop. I don't see.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up. The Ruggers.
Okay, I found it now. It disappeared. Now it came back. All right, I had to refresh because I'm sitting here like, bro, Fed's watching this show.
Right.
You must be gaining some traction, bro.
It's what they do. Yep.
We are gaining some traction.
All right, I'm about to pull it up.
Okay, there. But it says this. Quote, this is a conflict quite unlike any that the world has seen, end quote. He added, quote, we tried to take account of all those factors in coming up with a very frank but also credible judgment, end quote. The report was finally released today. Oh, I already read that. More than 80,000 people have fled Rafah since Monday, the UN says, with Israeli tanks reportedly massed close to built-up areas amid constant bombardment. Oh, no, that's a chat here. Sorry. Posted it in the comments.
Oh yeah, I got the link ready to go.
Okay. Israeli troops took control and closed the Rafah crossing with Egypt at the start of their operation, while the UN said it was too dangerous for its staff and lorries to reach the reopened Karim Shalom crossing with Israel. Israel launched a military campaign in Gaza to destroy Hamas in response to the group's attack on southern Israel on October 7th, during which about 1,200 people were killed and 252 others were taken hostage. More than 34,900 people have been killed in Gaza since then, according to the territory's Hamas-run health ministry. They say that, like, just because Hamas is running the health industry, that they can't be given accurate numbers about how many people have been murdered.
Well, that's pretty fair. I mean, we know the number's a lot larger than 34,000, but
At this point,
they killed 1,200 of us. We killed 34,000 of them. That's fair. I don't see nothing wrong with that. Like, nothing about that. It's a little uneven right there. That's a little bit much. Not to be even Stevens isn't the right way to go about it, but at the same time, damn, you know. So, any other thoughts on this topic? Man, it's just
no, man. I mean, you know, it's so wild that this country has such a stranglehold on the country we live in. You know, it's really unbelievable. You know.
Let's not stew in it too much longer. All right, y'all. We're not about to end on a good note, but it is a breaking news note nonetheless. So this is our last bonus topic. I felt like, you know, Conspiracy Brother, we can maybe get more to Gaza next time, since Gaza protests. Unless there's anything about maybe the campus protests you want to hit on. I figured we just got this live breaking news that you told me about. You know, is there anything maybe about the Gaza campus protest you wanted to maybe touch on before we wrap on this? Just, you know, just want to give you. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, the video. We went to get to the video. Hold on. Yeah, I got the C-SPAN video. Apologies, y'all. I'm all over the place. So we got the C-SPAN video, and then we can end on.
Yeah, it's a clip.
Okay, we can end on the helicopter crash, unless you want to, you know, speak on the campus protest. All right, it's loading right now. So come on. Oh no. Is it here? Oh. It's loading. Okay, cool. All right. So you want to set this clip up real quick? What are we about to watch?
Well, it's Chuck Schumer talking to AIPAC in like 2011, and you'll get to hear him. It's just for a sitting U.S. senator to say this about a foreign country in a foreign language. Blow it up. It's the wildest thing in the world. Like, imagine if he was Russian saying this about Russia, or Chinese saying this about China, or Mexican saying this about Mexico. You people would lose their crap.
Okay, this is a 51 minutes. Oh,
I
didn't realize.
No.
What was the
time? Don't start
stamp?
it from the beginning. It's a clip, so you got to start it from where the clip is. Yeah.
All right, let me pull it back up again. Hold on.
Yeah, don't start it from the beginning. It's like 50 minutes because Lindsey Graham talks and somebody else talks.
Yeah, we don't want to hear no Lindsey Graham. Oh.
Well, yeah, it's like a 50-minute video, but I just clipped it.
So you were able to share it at the time mark?
Yeah, I shared it at the timestamp. That clip.
Oh, okay. All right, let me pause it.
Can't hear it, so you gotta unmute it.
All right. Okay, here we go. All right.
Clear to Israel and indeed the entire world.
Rewind it just a little bit. Click back a little bit.
Differences. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I hear it now, but just click back a little bit because it was going. So just rewind it just a little bit.
All right. I'm trying to rewind it without. Hold on.
Yeah, just go back. Because where are you? Yeah, go there. Okay.
All right.
That we make clear, we as a nation, make clear to Israel and indeed the entire world that despite our differences, such as those displayed all too publicly last week, that nothing will ever divide Israel and America. The bond between the U.S. and Israel will be maintained, regardless of the ups and downs of the peace process, regardless of the internal Israeli politics. The bond we must remind particularly the Arab world between the U.S. and Israel is immutable and unbreakable through good times and the bad. There is one other immutable. That's you. AIPAC. AIPAC is stronger and more effective than ever. That's a very high barrier to exceed, but every year you exceed it, just as this dinner has a record number of people. AIPAC knows what to do. It's unrelenting in making sure Israel is protected. For that, I thank all 7,800 of you, and I applaud you. Let me close by telling you about my name.
This is the part right here.
My name is a Hebrew word. Schumer comes from the Hebrew word shomer, which means guardian, watchman. My ancestors were guardians of the ghetto wall of Chortkov in Galicia. And when they came to Ellis Island, they said their name in Yiddish, Shomer. It got written down as Schumer. To you, I say this. That name was given to me for a reason. For as long as I live, for as long as I have the privilege of serving in the Senate from New York, I will unflinchingly, unstintingly, and with all of my strength, be Shomer Yisrael, a guardian of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Yisrael Chai. In Israel, America, the Jewish nation lives now, forever.
Wow. Wow, Conspiracy Brother. I think this may be our best show yet. Longest show by far on the record. But I think
He's
that
still a
sums it up.
U.S. senator right now.
Yeah, and I remember you mentioned a few episodes back about the danger and ridiculousness of these appointed elected politicians with dual citizenship. And this
Or
is the
dual
result we're
allegiance,
living through now. Man, where'd you dig this one at? Dig this clip up at?
Actually, I saw the video on Jimmy Dore, and I had to find it myself. So I had to watch. I had to tick through this. It took me about 30 minutes to find this clip. I had to watch this video, and yeah, this is the kind of stuff we're up against. You gotta. He has more allegiance to Israel than he does to the U.S. Yes, this is an old clip. It's from 2011 or something. But do you think his opinions have changed? Like I said, imagine if you had a member of Congress speaking Chinese and saying this at a Chinese political action committee, or a Russian one, or a Mexican one. You see what I'm saying? Or an Iranian one who was speaking Farsi.
Man.
And these are the people who are in our government. I mean, like I said, our country is not normal corrupt. It's not.
We passed that. All right. So, we're gonna end. I got some fireworks going. Trying to get some air. Got some pre 4th of July fireworks going off. Doors down.
Let's see.
All right.
They're real pre.
Yeah, it's getting there. Well, we got Juneteenth, then 4th of July, but that's another story. But yeah, so this is breaking. The Iran president helicopter crash. I've been getting reports that he may have died. This is straight from Google search engine. I think Conspiracy Brother, you mentioned this about an hour ago. I don't think we need to click on and read an article, but maybe we can kind of just scroll through here, see what these updates are. This is pretty big. This is it's not good. Iran's pretty much a partner with Hamas. And at the same time, they are looking to fight, obviously Israel It's their sworn enemy, and things are when you thought things couldn't heat up anymore, it just heats up some more. So yeah, conspiracy brother, what are your thoughts on this? Want me to click on a certain article, or it's a lot.
Um,
It's just
well, I was
crazy.
reading Associated Press,
Huh?
and so they keep saying it was a hard landing. So I don't know if he survived
A
or
hard
not.
landing. That sounds like a lie. Hard landing.
Yeah, to me too. But so I don't know, you know. It's I mean you could look at really any of them if
I
you
feel
want
like I
to
trust Al Jazeera more than any of these
yeah.
American outlets. All right, who is? All right, we don't need to. Okay, all right. Iran. All right, this is from Al Jazeera. Who is Iran's president? Ibrahim Razi. Razi, a hardliner, religiously conservative politician, has deep connections in the judiciary and religious elite. Iran's president Ibrahim Razi has disappeared after the helicopter he was in went down in the country's East Azerbaijan province. The 63-year-old political heavyweight has long been regarded as the natural successor to Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the highest authority in Iran. All right, an established presence with deep convictions in the judiciary and religious elite. Razi, a hardliner, religiously conservative politician, first ran for presidency in 2017 but failed. He was eventually elected in 2021. Fireworks keep going. All right, we got to get into all this. All right, I just want to get into. All right, we need details on the crash. I mean, I know this is good context, but I mean, let's get details about the crash. Let's go to USA Today. I can at least tolerate them. All right, helicopter crashing. Iranian president Iran president crashes. Massive search underway. The lives of Iranian president's foreign minister were feared to be in jeopardy after the helicopter crash amid heavy fog in a mountainous area of the country's northwest, prompting a massive search and rescue effort. We are still hopeful, but information coming from the crash site is very concerning, officials spoke on condition of anonymity told Reuters. Darkness and cold and rainy and muddy conditions made it difficult for rescuers to reach the incident site, according to Iranian state media, which said the rain later turned into driving snow. Chief of Staff of Iran's army ordered all the resources of the army and the elite Revolutionary Guard to be put in use in the search and rescue operation, Reuters reported. Razi, Foreign Minister Hossein Amirab Dolan, and other top officials were returning from a trip to the border with Azerbaijan for the inauguration of a dam. Razi, 63, is second only to Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali, in the country's political hierarchy. The hardline Razi has long been considered a strong candidate to succeed Khamenei, his 85-year-old mentor. The rescue teams were expected to reach the site of the crash Sunday night, state TV reported, but they faced an extremely tough task in the mountain terrain. Babak Mahmoudi, who leads the relief and the rescue operation for the Iranian Red Crescent Society, told Iran Press TV visibility was less than 15 feet. We have rain pouring down and the ground is slippery and muddy. And once again, conspiracy brothers, you want to jump in on this last topic. I'm getting like Nord Stream pipeline explosion vibes. Like, I don't know. Something about this don't sit right. The incident comes at a turbulent moment for Iran, the main supporter of anti-Israeli militias such as Hamas, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the Houthis in Yemen. Last month, Iran took the unprecedented step of sending a barrage of missiles and drones into the Israeli territory and attack, largely repelled with help of U.S. forces. Retaliation for the killing of the top Iranian general and other military officials at the Iranian embassy, a strike widely attributed to Israel. The U.S. has been making concerted efforts to keep the Israeli-Hamas war from escalating into a regional conflict. Most recently, the U.S. has been making concerted efforts to keep this war from escalating into a regional conflict, most recently sending National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on a weekend trip to Saudi Arabia and any thoughts so far, conspiracy brother? Or you could.
Well, like I said, I'm hoping that it was just mechanical issue and not sabotage. Because if it was sabotage or if it was shot down in any way, this is going to be an escalation.
Oh, no shit. Yeah.
I mean, simple as that.
I'm just hoping that our own government wasn't setting us up, or maybe Russia set us up for this, or the U.S.
Yeah,
because if they'll blow up Russia's Nord Stream pipeline to escalate shit, I mean, I don't see how this couldn't be something they can escalate to. I don't know. I just don't trust any mainstream narrative anymore. Man, this is wild.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing where I'm at. Like I'm just hoping we didn't have anything to do with it.
So what do you think as far as like an escalation, and what are the ramifications of this if it turns out it was an enemy that did this? Turns out it wasn't just
if it was Israel, I think Iran is gonna try to open it up. It might, I don't know if they would go as far as trying to actively invade, but I think retaliation like we haven't seen is definitely on the books. Because this is a provocation. Killing the head of state is a provocation that, I mean, you've opened up a door now that would allow for all other heads of state to be fair game if this was allowed to go on, unpunished.
And God forbid if it turns out the U.S. maybe worked with Israel to have any involvement in this crash. And we already know, as far as like whether it's through the southern border, whether it's through some of the refugees that came over here from the shit show Afghanistan withdrawal, there are sleeper cells that are here, whether they're under Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis. I feel like more Hamas than anything. So I feel like they can be on standby. That whole, sit by and stand by and what did Trump say about the Proud Boys? Stand up and stand by. So I feel like the second Iran suspects that the U.S. had any sort of involvement, that's their fail-safe. They have Hamas people on the ground here on U.S. soil, and there's going to be some sort of terrorist attack this year, whether it's a fucking EMP, blackout scenario, maybe another pandemic. But I feel like likely there's going to be some sort of EMP disaster, mass shooting, or probably terrorist attack, or just blackout. But I feel like it's going to be something where Iran's like, all right, U.S., y'all fuck with us one more time. We're about to launch something here on U.S. soil. That's my prediction. So there's going to be something this year before the election, right around the election. And Iran's going to retaliate against us if we had anything to do with this. That's my prediction. We got to just wait see what else happens. But, that's my prediction, at least based on the information I have now. This isn't good.
No, It isn't.
All right. You know what? I think we can call it, man. You want to save any comments on the Gaza campus protests? That's kind of ongoing. Do you want to maybe save that for next episode, or anything you want to speak on that now, or before we wrap up? You got to do a lot. It's like a fire hose today.
Yeah. Well, I'll just kind of keep it short, you know.
Yeah.
We got a lot of stuff to still talk about because I wanted to talk about the McDonald's thing too. We hit on a
we'll
little
get
bit
into
with
that
Amazon,
next
but I
time.
wanted to talk about a lot about McDonald's because you know a lot of people think that
You want me to pull up the last the McDonald's one? We could just end on that one.
no, we've already been doing about a 4-hour show.
Oh yeah.
So I'm fine. We could hit it up the next time we do it. But
okay, I got it queued up.
you
for
know, a
next
lot of people
episode.
do put a lot of stock into this idea that the minimum wage going up is the cause of all this inflation or the whatever, and that's not true. I mean, you know, corporations have no problem. Like when I posted that video, the McDonald's France, corporations have no problem spending the money they need to spend when they need to spend it. And so it's a situation where they just don't think they need to, or because like I talked about with the whole how Europe outsources their crappy jobs here, or when they want to undercut something, they outsource it to here. It's the same thing, you know. So U.S. corporations just take advantage of us at all hands, and so we just need to learn to develop some solidarity with other working people to try to upend the system, because otherwise we'll be doomed.
Mm-hmm. Well said. Well said. A lot to unpack there as far as like just once again, I don't like unregulated capitalism, and a lot of these retail companies have been going wild, especially since COVID. Pissed me off the most. Over 40% of black-owned businesses, small-owned businesses, shut down during COVID, never came back. You got all these big box retailers just living it up. Biggest wealth transfer since the Great Depression out of COVID. So a lot to unpack there. McDonald's and Amazon, as you know, got plenty of blood on their hands. But yeah, on a light note, y'all, this was episode 25 of Uncomfy Truths. It was kind of a bit of a milestone episode, so I can kind of justify. I think we could justify the the long running time. I think 4 hours is a record, but we got through a lot, and I think what's great about this show is the fact that we can kind of we're not trying to get on everything and talk about everything 2-3 times a week. We all got jobs, we got lives and family and whatnot. So we can get on here after some articles or some topics had a chance to sort of simmer and cook a little bit. And we can kind of get full context, you know, look back at things instead of just reacting to everything as it happens, you know. So I think that's what's great about us doing it every, you know, twice a month, every 2 weeks. So 2 weeks from now, who knows what's going to happen. But yeah, those are my thoughts, man. Any other closing remarks, conspiracy brother? Think we good to go, you know?
No, just keep your eyes open and, you know, try to pay attention to what's going on around us, because you can't take anything they say for granted, and you can't take it at face value, and they're trying to literally destroy us. So, you know, be mindful of that.
Yeah. Wise words, my man. All right, y'all. Episode 25, Uncomfy Truths. We will be back. We're gonna probably change that crawl to stream live every other weekend. Right now it's Sundays, but we may be able to stream on Fridays and Saturdays, depending if it's earlier in the day. Definitely Sundays, if anything. But yeah, we'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Our next episode scheduled for Sunday, June 2nd. But like I said, depending on our schedules, we might be able to do it on a Friday or Saturday, but definitely on the weekends. Yep, we will see y'all next time.
Peace.
Peace.